Okay, we should be live. Sorry for being a couple minutes late. Still sweaty. Just got back from my walk and I just underestimated the amount of time I had. So I haven't even eaten yet. Got me a little piece of it's a pork chop that I made the other night. So I'm going to be eating. But we've got a big project today, okay? We got a big project. What up, K Wolf and Arcana? Okay, big project today. One of our goals was to uncover 90% of the map. I'm pretty sure we're like at 23% or something. So that's going to be the main goal. The main goal for today is just uncovering as much of the map as possible. Also, I've been a bad boy, let's just say. I've been pretty bad over the last couple days. So I pinched a nerve in my lower back. So I was actually unable to go do a lot of things or sit for long periods of time. So ended up staying here. I was able to game a little bit. And I might have leveled a few times. Might have leveled. What of the red sand? Is that because of my towel? So I'm still sweating from the walk I just went on, and it's hot in the house. So until I cool off, this is the new look, the Emperor's new clothes. So you might notice that our character is now level 124. So that last stream where I literally just walked around and grinded levels, I did that for like 7 more hours or 8 more. I don't know. We've played this character for 2 days and 15 hours, pretty much 2 days, 16 hours so far. So yeah, all the exact same thing. You didn't miss anything. I just grinded levels nonstop, still in platinum mode. So yeah, pretty boring. So you guys didn't miss anything, but this next part, now we're going to just walk around and uncover as much of the map as we can. So we'll go to our Dryad. The initial goal was to get to like level 115 because I just didn't think I'd have the opportunity to just grind levels. So now that we've done that, I think I'm gonna honestly, I don't know what level we'll end up getting, but our first goal was level 115, so we've done that. Now it's our next goal, which is map completion. So that's our goal for today. So that plus me eating. I hope it doesn't gross people out. Get them levels. I'll try. I'm trying to be like you in Final Fantasy 5. I'll try to eat off camera too, so I'm not smacking into the mic. Oh, there's a couple other things I did too. I'll show you as we get to them. But I found a new lizard, a voracious lizard. So we usually get the Kabbalistic arts lizard, or capricious hunter, sorry. But this one, I'll show you. That little area where we were grinding levels in the jungle actually has, I found out how to get to it. So that little temple down there, it's got another mount, different mounts you can get. So I've never found that. Been playing this game for over 20 years and first time I've seen it. So today's goal, 90% of the map completion is what we want. You can see we just have not done it. Like here's the map and where we at now? Oh, right now we've started here. But this is what we've uncovered in 4 playthroughs. So as you can see, going over here through the swamp is going to take some time because that's a massive area and we've only gone in straight lines to complete the quest. Same thing up here. Got to uncover a lot of that. And then the desert. I think if we can cover those areas predominantly, that's going to be majority of the map. Then we've got these DLC spots over here that I've never played through them. So Blood and Ice expansion. So we'll go down here at some point. I don't know if you can go through on this part of the map, but again, we'll try. I don't think there's access down to this, so I think we've explored majority of that. But we'll uncover this, and then obviously these areas up here. I think that's predominantly uncovered. And then this, I don't know if this is the expansion or this is the expansion. I don't know. I've never been to any of those areas on the corners really. So we've got a lot to do today. So basically getting into it, I think we'll start. Even in the beginning, we've kind of done majority of it. And honestly, I don't want to worry about going into the caves or anything. I just don't think there's much there. So I think we'll probably go here and go west, try to uncover all of that. We'll do that first, and then we'll go here and go east. So this is the kind of the second area. This is the beginning. It's the second area. So we'll try to uncover all those areas first. What up, Shuckleberry? How you doing? So yeah, just also remember, we've only got this stream plus 2 more to finish this challenge that we've set for ourselves. I think we can do it. But that last stream, so we'll do this one, which is going to be predominantly uncovering the map. Next stream is just going to be tidying up everything we can. So leveling, gearing up probably. That's probably what I'm going to focus on next stream, just gearing up as much as we can. I didn't really spend a lot of time doing that, so good. Just got home from work, or just were you out doing something? On your grind? I'm not going to worry too much about mentor potions and leveling. Just whatever experience we do get as we go through this is fine. Predominantly focused on uncovering the map, but this should also give us a lot more mentor potions that we can use when we find more. There's more efficient areas to grind and where you get more experience, more bang for your buck. So that's where I'm going to use the mentor potions. For now, we'll just kill enemies as we see them, as we just uncover the map. Oh yeah, I'll show you the percentage that we're at now, and we'll see how much we uncover in about maybe an hour's time. Oops. Is that not how you do that? Map is 25%. So pretty much a fifth of the way there. A quarter of the way there, I mean. Just over a quarter. Haven't worked since last Friday. Okay. Did you have a good 4th of July? I hate fighting skeletons that revive. Also, can you guys hear the game sound? I think I turned it down too far. Like I think I turned it down in the options. So let me look at that. While I was doing all my grinding, I turned it all the way down. Sorry about that. There we go. I do that so I can like listen to podcasts and stuff while I'm playing. Not really. Should be good now. I've still got to turn it down from my end. Annoying not having headphones to be able to adjust. Also, I hate sweating, especially once I get out of the shower. So that's why I've got the towel on my head. Can now? Okay, cool. Cool. Did you do anything for 4th of July, K-Wolf? Got that comment delay? Classic YouTube. I wonder how much, like, because there's gear you can get that like increases your like uncovering map. It's like your light radius or something. I wonder if it's worth having any of that while we grind, while we uncover map. Probably not. Watch fireworks with family and friends. Nice, nice. I did the same. It was really fun because I haven't been around for a 4th of July for like over 10 years. But Christmas time in Melbourne is kind of similar. So that was fun. Because Christmas is like, it's the opposite seasons over there. Dang it. So you like grill out and swimsuits and everything over Christmas.
I know where it hurts.
Oh, wrong skill with that. So we did master, in the time I was grinding levels, we've only mastered one more skill. So I've decided every level up to put points into Constitution, which is our health, until we mastered it, so level 75 on it. Just for survivability. Next, I've started dumping all of our points into armor lore. Again, more survivability and less combat art regen times. And we probably have 1 or 2 more levels of that to go. And then I'm going to probably put all of our points back into like our offensive abilities. And bargaining as well. I'm probably not being very efficient with how much of the map I'm uncovering. I'm just kind of going where I see Shroud. On Bluey, it's like that. Yeah. I love Australian Christmas where everything is on fire. Yeah. No snow. Unless it's like snowing ashes. Yeah, my first Christmas in Australia was wild. Because obviously everything in the stores, like here in America, is like Christmas snow themed. In Australia, it's got like Santa Claus in swim trunks and on his surfboard and stuff. I'm like, what? Then it makes sense when you actually have the Christmas and it's like 100 degrees outside. I'm eating like a pig right now. Oh, that was insensitive. I'm eating pork, and I said I'm eating like a pig. What I meant was eating like a real caveman. Yo, what up, El Toro? 69 points, 420 rebounds, 666 assists. That's nasty work. How you doing? Actually, yeah, I did get this towel from a street ball tournament. Maybe you'll get some nice snow this year. Yeah, we usually get snow here in Oklahoma, but it's weird because it's weird because we get like we get a lot of ice as well. So sometimes you get some nice snow, but it melts because our weather is just right in the middle. It's like hot, cold, hot, cold. So rarely do we get snow and it just stick and then turn into more snow. Our snow turns into like slush and ice, and it's gross. When I was in Nebraska though, when I was going to college there, it would snow And then because it would stay so cold, whenever it would snow, the snow just stayed on the ground. And then it'd go a few days and snow again. It would just pile up on the older snow. So in about like a month's time into the winter, the snow would be so high. It could get up like waist high. And then they said not to park your car on the side of the road in the winter because they have like the snow plows and stuff. And sometimes the snow gets so high that they can't see the cars because the snow will go over the car, so the snow plows will just run into your car. Pretty to watch, so there's that at least, yeah. But the ice is annoying here. So like there's no point going outside really once it starts snowing because it's so dangerous. Last few weeks, but I'm still keeping strong. Things will turn around. Damn, sorry to hear. Just personal things, or you mean like streaming? Oh yeah, also I don't know if anyone's ever had a pinched nerve before, especially in their back, but Jesus, that was a real a-hole. I kept thinking that it was just like a sore back. I get sore back sometimes, always have from like sports and stuff and lifting, but it got to a point where I was like barely able to do anything that involved my lower back. But I kept lifting, kept walking because I thought like I needed to stay mobile. That's what it usually is for me. But one night I just couldn't sleep. Like I couldn't roll over, couldn't do anything. And I was just in pain the whole night. So I did like 3, 4 days of just doing absolutely nothing. Got a little bit better each day, but it was such a weird pain because it was like my back hurt, but my hip, like my lower hip, like your glutes on my right side, it was like going numb. And that's when I finally turned into a Google expert, a Google medical doctor. Yeah, I started Googling the symptoms, and I was like, oh, that's what a pinched nerve is. Probably have that. Personal stuff? Okay. Yeah, sorry to hear. Hopefully it does get better for you. Start FF5 and I'm enjoying it. Oh, are you? K-Wolf's still playing FF5 at the moment. Had that, but I just got a steroid shot in my right shoulder because overuse. Oh, shoulder impingement. Yeah, I had that from basketball, from my shooting arm. Just overuse, like when you pass, when you dribble, when you shoot, like you're using that same shoulder. So now I have really bad, really weak rotator cuff on my right arm. So anytime I do go play basketball, I'll be out for like a week now just because my shoulder is so sore because there's like nothing there. All right, a few more bites, sorry. Same, it's rough. So when you go play basketball, you get really sore?
And I'll give you another one at the same spot.
I'm messing with you. So yeah, I've had to change. Every time I get injuries from overuse or whatever. So in college, I'll tell the story, I guess. In college, I had a really bad lower back. And it honestly, it happened through high school. It happened my whole career, all the way up to my second, third year of college. And the only way I found out what the problem was is I finally, like, because I always just, you listen to the experts or whatever, right? And they tell you what to do. But I started realizing, like, sometimes listening to your body is also important. Like, you need to know what the problem is. Like, exactly where does it hurt? What things do I do that make it hurt? Sometimes that can help people identify the pain. Like, the experts helps them identify the pain and what you should do. But if you don't really know, there's no point going to doctors, because I'm not saying no point going to doctors, but if you haven't tried to, like, at least identify where it hurts, what makes it hurt, oftentimes you're like going to multiple doctors or getting all these scans before you finally figure it out. Anyways, in college, always had lower back pains through high school, all this. And they kept sending me to this chiropractor. The school finally was just like, well, we need you to play. So we'll pay for your chiropractor. So I was going to see the chiropractor, and I would go in, he would adjust me, like every day for a week. And it felt so good. And then after like a couple hours, it would just start hurting again. And then he was like, now you only need to come in 3 times a week. Then it went to 2 times a week, then once a week. But it like the pain never left. It just like felt good as I got adjusted. Anyways, I went to Melbourne and to Australia, and there was this guy who saw one of my photos. He was like a friend of our coach, and he saw one of my photos, and he was like, oh, you have TMJ. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And anyways, long story short, I'm not going to go into it, but he identified that like my alignment was off. And he like adjusted me once, but then he was like, you need to do these exercises. You need to do this. You should start doing this. He's like, you shouldn't stretch. And coaches have always made us do like static stretching. So like holding a position for a long time before we trained. And I realized like that's what was happening. And that's why my back was hurting, because I would stretch before physical activity. So that was the first thing. But then it was just like, okay, from now on, like listening to your body, identifying what's wrong, but also not going to people that aren't trying to help you fix the pain. They're just like giving you the pain meds. So it's like giving you pain meds or just adjusting you. It's like, well, what can I do though to make sure it doesn't happen anymore? So yeah, with my like rotator cuff or injuries I've had now in my later years, it's like, I know it hurts, but what can I do to like strengthen that area, or what caused it in the first place? I think super important. So thank you guys for coming to my TED Talk. You should never have another injury ever again in your life. Bump FF6 up to A- tier after doing a slight replay. There's a lot you like about it. Okay, so what's changed? Not as effective. Oh, which part? Arcana? You talking about the stretching? I do warm up before physical activity, but like holding, like static stretching, like holding a stretch for 30 seconds. And because I'm not flexible, but I would hold these stretches, and because other people could hold stretches further, I'm like, well, I've got to push further. And I would just end up like pulling a muscle or hurting myself even more. So the answer for me always was like, everyone else would be stretching, and I'm like, I'm not stretching. And the coaches hated. They were like, oh, you're not a team player. What? I'm like, no, it's just when I do that, it hurts. And now, come to find out, like that is the science. You're supposed to dynamically stretch and warm up, not statically stretch, not for before physical activity. What causes your systems to flare? Oh yeah, yep. Not as effective. That's probably better wording. Because you're never gonna, like, that's why there's a doctor. They can usually identify these things, but like we've talked about this a lot. Not everyone is as much of an expert as they say they are. So the more information you can give them, like you shortcut a lot of the process. I've had some really, really good doctors, people that can identify straight away and they're straight to the point, and I would consider them experts in their field. But I've dealt with trainers, doctors, physical therapists, just people that like have no clue. And I'm like, how did you get this job? So the more you can start learning about, I think that's the best thing I did as a professional athlete, was learning to listen to my own body. Learning enough not to self-diagnose. I think that's problematic in itself, but more so like listening to your body. Like when you eat, for me it was like dairy. I'm like, man, after I have milk, my stomach doesn't feel great. So I stopped having dairy. Then you read up on it, or then you speak to a nutritionist and they can tell you like, yep, here's the science behind it. This is why. Here's some other things you can do. Here's some other stuff you can have. Bro, die. not physical education experts. Their field is medicine, which is useful to know how the body. Yeah, so that was another interesting thing. So when I broke my nose, this was maybe 7 years ago. Yeah, about 7 years ago, I broke my nose in a game. It was funny because it happened like on the 6th play of the game. The guy just like jumped into me and his elbow just went straight into my nose. Broke it. I went to the sideline to our trainer and he was like, oh my gosh, like what do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you do? What do I do? Like I started freaking out because he had no clue. That's when I realized like, oh, this guy's no clue what to do. So played the rest of the game, went to the doctor, and then everyone around me, because they wanted me to keep playing, they were like, oh, just play through it. Like get a mask and play through it. And I went to a doctor, and the doctor was the complete opposite. So all the physio people or, basketball sports experts were telling me I could come back in 2 weeks, just wear a mask. Then the doctor was like, I wouldn't come back for 3 months. And I was like, Jesus, well, I can't, that's the season. I can't sit out 3 months. So I defined for me like somewhere in between. So he said the mask won't do anything because like where it anchors is your nose. Like he's like, if you get hit on your nose, it's just going to like fly off. But he said every 2 weeks that you can sit out, it will double. It'll get 50% stronger. So he said it's not going to 100% heal for 3 months probably. So that's why he suggested that. So doctors will generally want you can't play until you are 100%. But then sports specialists, they'll push it and be like, well, you can technically play with a broken nose. Just get good. Just don't get hit. So that's where it was really important. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to have to. My nose is pretty important to me. So I ended up taking a month and a half off. So I did half the time. And then even in that time, I didn't practice. So once I came back, I was like, I'll play in the games, but I'm not gonna practice. I just tried to limit the risk as much as possible, and then did half the time. What changed was the mechanics of it, the right relics and espers. Oh yeah, you can definitely break that game. Also, if you play it next time, play it with the community patch El Toro, and the game is much better because they fix a lot of the broken mechanics in it from the original. Chiropractors are the worst in the field. It's acceptable to relieve part but not fix the actual problem. Yeah, because it's counterintuitive. And look, I shit on chiropractors all the time. But there's going to be chiropractors or people that are like, hey, this is my profession is being a chiropractor, but also here's the physical therapy part. So I think combining relief and prevention is good. But generally, it's more beneficial to chiropractors for you to keep coming back. So that feeling of, oh, it feels so good when you crack my back. They're like, well, if we just never treat the problem, they'll keep coming back. That's not all of them, but yes, chiropractors are very known for that because I'm fairly certain, don't quote me on this, but you can become a chiropractor without it's not like a real doctor's license. And that's why there's probably more of that. But there's other doctors do that too. There's a lot of doctors that prescribe meds before actually trying to treat the problem. With psychologists, their job is generally to like fix the problem and like make you get to a point where you can feel better mentally and your whole life like improves. With doctors, it's not. It's like their job is to keep you from dying. Like that's it. Oh, you're not dying right now because I gave you this medicine? Keep taking this medicine. My job is just to keep you alive. So I think they're kind of graded on different fields. Panic like a child lost at the mall. Yeah. Everybody panicked. The post-game dungeon, it was perfect. Kefka's Tower, you're talking about? Oh, you played the Pixel remaster, right? So they added that dungeon in. All right, probably about time to go back and sell off some of this stuff. Where are we? I've been changing my relics around to where sometimes I used enhanced perception and then I use bargaining obviously when I'm buying stuff. So right now enhanced perception, like we should be finding higher quality, better items. Game Boy Advance version has the post-game dungeon. But that also the Pixel Remaster, right? Dragons. Oh, so you did do Game Boy Advance. Okay. So I've never played that one. I'll have to give it a go. All right, let's sell some stuff. Also done with my food. Oops. We've got a lot of set items.
Thank you.
Let's kill these guys so they don't jump us while we're in the menu. Molotov cocktail. Nice. I shouldn't worry too much about items anyways, just because we've got so many, like we're probably gonna level quite a bit more.
Thank you.
So doesn't, like, this is our stash now. So we have to start filling up this one. Really need a wild cherry Pepsi. I'm craving. After that lunch, salty lunch. All right, so we'll go for 30 more minutes, and then we'll check what our map percentage is. It goes up so slow. I guess especially in these areas where the enemies take a while.
I hope I haven't overestimated my capabilities.
What level are they? They're only level 134. They're only 10 levels higher.
And that, and that.
I think I'm gonna start a new game in my off time. I think I told you guys I'm saving SMT4. I mean SMT5 because it plays really well on the Steam Deck. So I'm kind of saving that for when I travel. But I have my PS5 now, so I've been thinking about playing Dragon's Dogma 2. So I'll probably do that in my spare time. I like to have a game that I'm playing on my own, like separate from stream and all that. Also, we've got a lot of games to play through on stream anyways, so.
Another one because it was so much fun.
But I think I'll start playing that, and I'll probably do a video on it. I've always meant to do a video on Dragon's Dogma 1. So maybe this will encourage me to play Dragon's Dogma 2, finish, do a video on it. And then playing through Dragon's Dogma 1. Dark Arisen.
This has to be a very special item.
Oh, and I kind of stopped with... I was really wanting to get through Baldur's Gate 3, but they announced that they're going to be opening it up for mods in the next few months. So I'll probably not worry about finishing it until closer to when the mods come out. So I'll probably finish it, do a playthrough again without the mods, and then I'll jump in once the mods start pumping out. And it's got such like deep character customization that I think most of the mods that are going to actually increase the gameplay value should be, well, we know what people do as soon as they get mods. It's the aesthetics, but I actually hope the first mods are like class mods, because they were pretty cool in Divinity Original Sin 2, like the different classes people came up with. Balance adjustments, because some of the classes, unfortunately, in Baldur's Gate 3, they feel pretty, I don't know, underwhelming, I suppose. Like it feels like there's clear, I'm only in Act 2, and it feels like there's very clear ways that are the best way to play. And I think that's why I like this style of game. There's so many different, you can play any class, but all the classes you can play them different ways too. And it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to make it to the end of the game based on your build. I think that's kind of cool sometimes.
And I'll give you another one at the same spot.
I am looking forward to, oh, one of the reasons, that's right. So one of the reasons I haven't done a lot of bargaining on this, so like just shopping around for items, is because I was just grinding levels and we were killing the enemies fairly like well. So I was like, I don't want to spend all this time shopping around for items and then we level like 10 times. And now those items become obsolete and I need to shop again. So part of the whole, like the second to last stream, so the next stream after this one is going to be primarily doing that, like just making our character stronger. So that can be with leveling, shopping, whatever it is, gearing up, everything we need to do that we can just increase our power. Whereas, you know, these last couple streams, it's just like just level. This one's like just focus on uncovering map. They've all kind of had a little focus until we're able to, the very last stream is just to beat it. So I feel like we'll probably be 140, 150 when we beat it. And I think you're supposed to, like, ideally you start Niobium in at 140. So I'm really happy with our builds because we were able to get to Niobium at like 90 or less. So I didn't unlock this gate. In towns, all you have to do is like get close to the town and it unlocks the gate. Like enter the vicinity of the town. But when those gates are out on their own, you actually have to like click on them and it brings up the map. So it's pretty annoying because those are the ones that are also out by enemies. So naturally you don't want to bring up another screen. So I just activate them and then close the map straight away. Just as good practice. I also don't know how thoroughly I should be uncovering Shroud. So maybe we just like, as long as it's getting uncovered at a decent rate, we can go back and clean up areas later on, I think, towards the end of stream.
Most people would rather die.
I'm late, but I'm here now. What up, Jonathan? Just on the grind as per usual. As you might notice, we are level 124. I spent so much time grinding levels the past few days. Grinding levels is definitely easier to do off stream. For one, because it's just you're just running what I did anyways. I just ran orcs and the jungle over and over. So it's fairly boring. You're not doing anything new, but like I said, I can just turn my brain off and just listen to like a podcast. So like the time kind of passes. Whereas when you're streaming, trying to fill up that time with stuff is tough because it's so boring. But then on top of that, just sitting there, not being able to like get up and go for a walk or go chill for a bit. So, and because you guys saw an entire stream, I think we've done 2 grinding streams. Like you get the gist of it. You see what it is. We'll go do this area, I guess, too, since we're here. Do I have a level I'm trying to hit? Well, initially, I wanted to at least be level 115 because I felt like we're going to level just by beating the game. Oh, this is that Blind Guardian area where I do the concert later. Selling shirts. Should steal some shit. Initially, I wanted level 115. But what I've realized is while I was grinding, every time I leveled, the enemies were still scaling up. So the enemies in Niobium are like 20 levels higher still. So for me, I was like, well, why keep leveling? And then they keep leveling, and I'm not going to gain any ground unless I commit and just say, you know what, maybe I can at least get to level. I should try to get to a level where they're not scaling as much. So instead of them being 20 levels higher, if they're 19 or 18, then I know I'm like making headway. So I'm guessing that level is going to be like 150. So if we can get to 150, there's going to be areas in Niobium where they're not scaling higher, like 20 levels higher, hopefully. I'm sure the final enemies are going to be level 200, I'm assuming. So we're probably never going to catch up to them, but sounds like not FF8. The scaling is better though, because there's 5 different levels of enemy scaling. So bronze, silver, gold, niobium, platinum. But in FF8, there's only one level of scaling, and you have no control over it. And it's just, it is what it is, gang. Whereas this one, you get to play through it once where they don't scale very much. The next time you replay it, they scale a little bit more. Next time, a little bit more. Obviously, Niobium, they just scale the shit out of all the enemies. So I think it's cool because I think when you do scaling, there's no perfect way to do it. There's always going to be issues. But this game gives you 5 different levels worth of scaling. And it's also, it's not like the enemies that you find in the beginning, like rats, for example, like these rats, they stay rats the whole time. I don't want to be fighting rats for my first 5 levels, and then those rats magically turn into rats that drop the best armor in the game now that I'm level 40. Like, no, they're still fucking rats, man. Maybe just make them a little bit stronger as we go, but they don't need to be anything more than rats. This game does that really well. Like, the enemies stay region locked. And so the scaling here, I lied. I completely lied. So not only do they give you 5 levels of difficulty scaling, they also give you scaling based on the region you're in. So every difficulty level, the enemies in each region will only scale to a certain amount. So you still can come back later on like these levels, these enemies here are level 134. If I go to where the orcs are, they'll be like 15 levels higher instead of 10 levels higher. At least done with an intention in mind, and intentionally make general encounters not so easy. Wait, I don't think scaling can ever be good, but at least done with an intention in mind. Well, I think people generally do scaling just lazily. So typically when they think of scaling, it just means more health and more, they do more damage. That, to me, that's just bullet sponging. Like nothing really changed. This game, each difficulty will make it where, yes, enemies get more health, they do more damage, but only in, like, rats are never going to do so much damage in comparison to a boss. So the bosses scale at a different level than like the regular enemies. The regular enemies are never going to drop the best item in the game. You know, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it feels like every enemy in every region and all of them were carefully, like, they're on their own scale. It's not like a global scale. Like, again, Fallout, you play, I remember playing Fallout, and you can run around and loot items in chests, loot bandits, everything you kill, and you'll only ever have like a pistol, crowbar, baseball bat, like just the most basic items in the beginning. But then when you loot those same exact enemies and areas, now you're finding like rocket launchers in chests, like in cabinets. And I'm like, what? Because I'm level 20, I'm now finding some of the best weapons in the game, like in fucking filing cabinets. Make it make sense. So that type of scaling I hate. But games like Dark Souls, for example, when you fight, like in the first area of, what Dark Souls was that, where you fight the Capra demon? And that boss, when I played through it, obliterated me. It just destroyed me. I was like, this is the hardest boss in any game I've ever played. Because as soon as you walk through the fog gate, like, it has like 3 dogs that just jump you, and then it does a jumping attack too. So you have to dodge all of that and then kill the dogs and then kill the Capra demon. It's really tough. But then later on, you go deeper into the game and it's like, oh, Capra demons are just normal enemies now. But your character is like, they still do the same damage, they still do the same attack, they still fight the same, but now you just fight more of them, but your character is far more equipped to deal with them. So your player skill needs to be a little bit better, but you also have more health, you do more damage. I think that's the way scaling should be done. So if you could take that character you have back to the beginning, you're going to kill those enemies fairly easy. There's still going to be a challenge, just because you take so much damage in Dark Souls, but you can beat them fairly easy. But you're very rarely going to take your character from early on and just go wipe enemies in the later zones, because it's like, well, some of them are just multiple bosses and you just don't have the damage output, or if you get hit once you die. So I think there's interesting ways to do scaling. I much more prefer it to no progression. And I'm not a huge fan of boss keys. I like it in Metroidvanias because I think it's one of the only ways to do a Metroidvania. So when I say boss keys, I mean like you get your upgrades as you beat a boss. You know, you have to run around the map to this area, beat this boss, and then you keep going, you find your missile upgrades. That's kind of leveling in those games, but it comes at the expense of like beating a boss. Whereas it would be cool if instead of finding it, it's like, no, after you kill a certain amount of enemies, you can level your character and unlock missiles. But then that means you can stay in the beginning area, theoretically, grind your character so much that then you have missiles, super bombs, and everything like in the first area. So that's why I get scaling. I understand it. I just think majority of the times it's done very, very lazily. And it's more of a selling point oftentimes than a like carefully thought out progression system. All right. Oh, Well, would you look at that? We actually did quite a bit down here. Let's do, let's turn around and get this little gray area now that we're here. Oh, did you see in the Discord? Did y'all see Nico's post about Kingdom Hearts in the Discord? He actually went all out and unironically explained each game in great depth, as much depth as you can with Kingdom Hearts in a paragraph, I guess.
Another one has passed away.
Have you been playing much, Jonathan? No, you had to start over.
To win this fight without a curative watering place.
Actually, yeah, we pretty much did everything here I want to. I guess there's no real place to teleport to, so let's keep going. Is this the way? Yeah, let's keep going south. Let's get that little island. The reason being is, like, I was when I was grinding levels earlier, this was a couple days ago, I saw there was a couple areas. I'm like, man, these are really cool. They've put like a lot of detail into this game, and I'm like, I've never seen some of these areas because I've only followed like very specific paths. So when I see these regions on the map now, I'm kind of curious. Since we're doing this, we might as well
That was only the beginning.
see what they look like. So this little island here, as I was talking about, I wonder what's on it. And a lot of these, I'm sure, like quests lead to and all that, but I haven't been doing quests. Been swamped with work stuff. Try to catch up and get ahead. That you haven't had time. Okay. Makes sense. You've got your whole life ahead to play Sacred 2. But war never changes. Cool. You know what? This is awesome. I'm intrigued. I want to go over into this area right now. Let's do it. This is what I mean, like knowing that you can actually go from here to the desert. I've never noticed that. I can actually just go to the desert from the beginning instead of going the long way. Phantasm, level 140. So many garbage items. That I don't need. All right, wait, so how do I? Oh, okay. So I'm not necessarily looking for like, I'm not worried about having money, like selling items and all that. It's more so I want to have space just in case we do find like a, oh, that's a mutated pig. And a mutated bear. Okay.
Because it was so much fun.
So much health. So I wonder if this is like just a mutation area. Oh, sorry about the towel thing. I was needing to cool down. Now I'm cool. The rat just teleport? No way. I did eat more combat runes in Ravaged Impact and Darting Assault. So they're level like 60 now. So each one does like 8,000 damage without a crit. So our damage did increase with that. Now we just need to continue leveling Sinister Capricious Hunter at some point.
No hit points equals death. That's how this game.
Oh, so this is a big like mutation spill thing. Pretty cool. So many areas I have just never been to after playing this game for over 20 years, and I'm still finding new stuff. Tomorrow, but we will see where I'm at with work stuff. I've been going non-stop for a week or so now. It's been real fun. I get it. Life be like that sometimes. Oh, also the last live stream we did, it's got over like, it's almost got 1,000 views on it now. So that means there's been a lot of people going back and clicking on freaking Sacred 2 in the year 2024. So yeah, the last 2 streams we did have been getting quite a few views. Not while I'm streaming, but more so when the video goes up later. So just basically letting me know, like, people do like seeing Sacred 2.
Let's start your last journey.
So I'll try and make sure I continue making content on it, but trying to keep it from getting boring too. So once we do this playthrough, we'll probably take a couple days or a week or so off from Sacred 2, but we'll do some other games.
Fall over right away.
But we'll definitely make sure we're coming back. I want to do some different character builds. I want to play Enhanced Edition and do we'll probably do a ice or fire elf, high elf next, just because again those are ones I played as a kid that I was able to get fairly high levels. And we won't do a hardcore playthrough. We will attempt to not die, but I don't want to put myself through this pain again. Wait, did we? So did this just uncover the whole area for us? So no need to. I wonder actually if there's a boss at the end of this, a mini boss. I don't want to do it because it already uncovered it for us. Yeah, seems dangerous for now. Okay, let's go. Where do we want to go, I guess? We did a bunch of this. We should probably do this area. So we just go west, I guess. It's the best way to do that. North. All right, so we have streamed for an hour, so let's see where we're at. Oh my gosh. 2%. So all of this for 2%. Yeah, this is going to take a while. But it will be worth it. Maybe. I do feel like the area that we will uncover that will be the quickest to do is going to be like the desert and the swamp. Just because they're huge areas that we can just like run through. There's not a ton of obstructions there.
Most people would rather die than think. This has to be a very
I keep
special item.
finding the same item. And I can't use it. Whoa, there's some enemies. I kind of want a coffee, so I'll probably make one because I don't have anything else here, like nothing to drink. And I'd rather have it now before it gets too late. You remember the other day when I was streaming, it got to like 7, 8 p.m. and I was like, oh, I think I'll have a coffee. I couldn't go to sleep until like 4 a.m. We all know this title is clickbait. What are you talking about? We're doing the thing, Key. So far, we've been streaming for an hour. We've uncovered 2% of the map. Just gotta do that like 50 more times.
To death.
2%, I'd take it back. Thank you. Thank you for understanding my grind. Was your Instagram thread thing, was that clickbait as well when you were talking about finishing a video game? North. All right, 30 minutes, I'll make a coffee. Gonna beat it. Just need to start playing it at some point. Are you watching? Have you been watching Rob play it? Wait, is Rob streaming right now? He was streaming earlier when I was at the weight room. Popping in every chance you get. Yeah, he needs to clickbait his titles too. Did you see how so the last stream I was saying earlier, it's up to like nearly 1,000 views now. But just because they're more episodic and I have like a goal when I'm streaming them rather than just like episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. Protein packed lunch today on Beyond Stuff. What'd you have? I just had my lunch. I had to eat on stream because I was late. I literally had a pork chop. Okay, I'm off track here. I'm not even uncovering map. I'm just... see where we want to go. Okay, we did all that. Oh, this is right. I want to go here. Wait. This way. 500, so it doubled. Yeah, pretty good. And look, I don't expect them all to do that, but I realized with some of my older streams that people were randomly watching. I'm like, it's the ones where I had like not pre-planned content, but just like a goal in mind. And then, yeah, not episodic thumbnails. But more so, like this whole thing has been like a challenge. And I think people are more interested in watching like a challenge than watch me play. And I was talking to James Lee about it. But it's definitely something I've thought a lot about the last 6 months or so. Some people like it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I just know, like, for myself, I don't click on... like, I don't really watch people stream, for one. I've just never really been into it. But I will click on a live stream if it's, like... what do you call it? Intriguing? Like, so I've found myself clicking on just random live streams because someone's like doing this thing, completing this thing. Watch me no-hit Elden Ring. Okay, I'll watch someone try to no-hit Elden Ring. Sounds cool. 4 pieces of, oh, chicken tenderloins. Those are a cheat code. They're so good. And good for you. 4 whole eggs and 2 avocado toast. Damn, that's a big lunch. Did you have breakfast too? Found some dude on YouTube playing Drug Dealer Simulator. Watched a good bit of that series in order. Yeah, I think when I watch a playthrough, if I'm gonna watch it like in order, it's generally like and I don't do it anymore because now I have access to whatever game. But it was mainly when I was playing basketball and I didn't have time to play video games. So if like Grand Theft Auto came out and I knew I wasn't gonna be able to play it, I might watch like a popular streamer play through it just so I get to see what the story's like without actually playing the game. But other than that, like, so I already made up my mind. I wanted to watch the playthrough. So like the thumbnail and all that doesn't really matter. But I'd never click on anyone's playthroughs of something I didn't plan on watching. But I will click on a playthrough accidentally when it's like, watch me do this, or let's do this, or today's goal is doing this. Then I'm like, oh, okay, I'll watch it. And then I'm like, oh, they're doing like a whole playthrough. You tricked me, but I like that I'm here. Protein bar for breakfast. I was gonna say that's a big lunch for because do you work out in the morning or in the afternoon? So I actually struggle. I don't eat, like if I work out and then I go for a walk, I'm not really hungry straight after. So it usually works out in my favor because I have like I don't eat breakfast, but I'll have like a small, decent sized lunch. But then dinner, kill it. What up, Riva? Is this working on modern PCs? Yeah, this is it works best on modern PCs. I'm playing it on 2080 Ti, Ryzen 9, but you have to get the community patch to play it because there's a memory leak. It's the same reason it didn't work well on consoles. But if you get the community patch, it works fine. And there's a lot of mods and stuff for it too. We're still basically playing it on vanilla because I'm doing a hardcore challenge, but yeah, you can definitely play it. Works really well with the community patch, and a lot of the mods seem really cool. We'll get into those once I finish this hardcore challenge. And it's really cheap now. It's a good time to buy it. Work out in the morning. Okay. Yeah, I do work out. I do eat after my workout, but because I lift first, and then I go for a walk. I do like a 2.5 mile walk, and because like after I've gone for a walk, I'm generally not hungry after that. It was the same when I played basketball. Right after playing, I wouldn't be hungry right after I played. I'd need to like sit and relax for a bit. And I don't know if that's most people, but yeah, just me. I'm usually after like high physical activity, I'm kind of like, I just want to sit down. I just want to sit down and chill, relax for a bit. So what I've made myself do is I'll work out. I will go for my walk. And now I'll kind of force myself to eat then, but just a little bit. I'll have like something I know is healthy. So I'll eat this. I know it's good for me. Not too hungry, so I don't eat a lot. But then by that time I've rested and it's been like an hour. I'm definitely not hungry because I'm like, I've already eaten. So by the time I would normally be hungry, and then I'm like, okay, I need 4 burgers and don't get me wrong, that's not every single day. That's just the days where I'm like in control of my time, what I eat, all that sort of stuff. So when I'm in control of that, I try to be very careful and very decisive and direct with what I'm eating, because I know there's a lot of days where like I might be at my parents' house, or I might catch up with friends and we go for drinks or eat food. I'm like, I don't want to have to necessarily watch what I'm eating. So the days I am in control of it, I try to be very like, yeah, don't eat breakfast, have a healthy lunch, and then dinner I generally eat healthy too, but I'm not too worried about it because I know I've had a good first half of the day. That keeps me from getting like bored, I guess, with my diet. So if we turn right, then breakfast, then snack, then lunch, then snack, then last meal is dinner. Okay. Yeah, I think you're ideally supposed to have like multiple meals throughout the day. It doesn't work for me mentally. I end up overeating when I do that, or forcing myself to eat when I'm not hungry. And it's like, to me, that mental battle becomes very boring and very yuck. Go to the gym before breakfast, so my breakfast is my post-workout meal. Okay. I think I've spoken about this before too, Key, but I am a big eater. Like I will, I can eat. When I think of a meal, I'm like, give me everything. I don't want to have to pick and choose what I eat. I want to eat everything. So because I know that about myself, I try to allow myself to have that. And the way that I have that, like, is by reducing the amount of meals I have. So when I do eat, I want to be happy. So for me, I'm like, the reason I don't have a huge lunch is because I know I want to have a massive meal for dinner. And again, this is not everyone works the same. This is just what works for me. And I realized what was happening, especially as I got older, was like, if I eat breakfast, which is my favorite meal of the day, by the way, but I've just changed it now because of habit. My favorite meal of the day was breakfast. I could not imagine anything better than waking up and being like, oh, breakfast bacon, eggs, sausage, pancakes. I want it all. French toast. But I realized, like, if I had breakfast at 9 and had a big breakfast, I would still be really hungry around lunch. So what I started doing was not eating breakfast, and I would still be just as hungry at lunch. So I go, okay, there's a full meal worth of like calories that I'm not eating that I can use on lunch and dinner now. So it just, the way that I eat and the way that I enjoy my meals, that's what works for me. I don't even know if I necessarily suggest that for other people, and I don't even know if that would work. It's just a lot of trial and error, and that's what I've landed on for myself. And I'm always tweaking it too, so that's not the end all be all. But at the moment, last few years, that's been kind of how I do, and it works well with my schedule, I think.
My back will start giving me trouble.
I'll check out that bow, I guess. Calorie counting and macros counting and all that. Yeah, I think that's probably the most important thing you can do, is just know what you're putting into your body. It's like half the battle.
This has to
Two
be
of the same
a very
thing.
special item.
Food every 2 hours now. Looking at the clock after 1 hour after eating, like, okay, we're almost there. Yeah, well, I think my body does too. But once you get past that, well, once I get past the initial hunger pains, like, I'm better at fighting through hunger pains once and then knowing, okay, I can go another 6 hours without eating now. But when I'm in the habit of eating when I'm hungry, I'll just eat impulsively eat every time I'm hungry. All right, we've done quite a bit of this. I guess the last thing, let's do this dark patch through here and here, and we'll be done with this area. That's how I am with candy and sweets, but I just cut it out completely because I have literally no self-control. Very boring with my meals, but it works for me because I'm very happy with it. I don't need change. Yeah, I think it's honestly just finding what works for you. And even then, knowing, like, whatever you do, it's not going to be perfect. You're going to get tired of it, like, whatever. But allowing yourself that leeway to constantly change and adapt and learn how your body feels and all that, I think it's super important. You play basketball too? Do you play, like, what, high school, college, or just for fun? Or that's awesome. I'm going to start taking fasting more serious. I can go 20 plus hours with no eating super easily. So if I try it for a month or so and go from there. So fasting as in like for a month, or fasting every day for a month? Then it's the Wild West. We eating pizza and French fries and whatever else. Yeah, well, that's... So my parents, they're both of them are such good cooks. And also they're just very, like, they know their food. they know their food. So I want to be able to go over there and enjoy. I don't want to be like, I can't eat that, or you've got to cook something special for me. So that's why, like, when I'm on my own, I definitely control what I'm eating, what I'm buying, what I keep in the house, because I want to enjoy those moments with my family. So yeah, like, that's why my diet is the way it is, because the way my lifestyle is, and it's what fits it. And it was far different. I didn't even have to worry about my diet at all. When I was playing professionally, my diet, people would always be like, what do you eat? I'm like, literally whatever I feel like. I eat whatever I want when I want. But it's because I was just burning so many calories. Intermittent fasting. So what are your hours for you? Your intermittent fasting. Health Journey is a fun one. I really enjoy it.
Another one.
complete fasting a serial killer activity. I've got a couple friends that do it. They'll go like a week or 2 weeks without eating. Just casual 4-hour full court on Saturday mornings with WhatsApp group, then casual league. Okay, cool. That's awesome. I've been trying to find a group of friends that want to play casually now that I'm not playing for a career anymore. I'd love to just like get up and down. So I've been looking to start doing that as well. I remember, especially on game days, I remember going and getting, because I like to just be very, very mentally free on game days. So I would go get like a couple donuts, like cream-filled chocolate donuts. Like two of those. Then I'd probably have like a big breakfast as well. So I'd probably have a big breakfast first. Then I'd go to the mall or something, walk around, have some donuts. And then for lunch, I would have like a HSP, which is like lamb, chicken, with on top of French fries with a bunch of cheese and garlic sauce and barbecue sauce and chili sauce. So bad for you and so greasy, but that would be my game day meals. But then as I got older, I was like, okay, I got a game today, so like maybe a Subway sandwich, maybe just a 6-inch sub. I'll get half of a Subway sandwich, and that's all I'm gonna eat. Crazy how much it changed as I got older. 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Wait. 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Wait, so I thought you were saying you have a meal every like so many hours. So how do you do that with your intermittent fasting? I completely, like, how do you do breakfast? So you'll have like breakfast and then nothing till dinner? Nothing before game night, but you have pre-workout? As I got older, yeah, I started getting a lot smarter, more conscious with it. I'd make sure the night before I had like pasta, just something where I could like load up on carbs. And then on the day of, same thing. I'd have some carbs and just like hardly anything else. Then after the game, I'd just recover whatever I felt like having for a meal. But no dairy really after the game, like dairy and cheese and what else? I tried to stay away from dairy, cheese, and sugar after games. But I mean, you can't always, but ideally, just because it made me recover slower. 10, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, okay. I was thinking 10 to 8 was your fast. I get you now. I was looking at the opposite. I are dumb.
This has to be a very special item.
I get nervous, so I can't eat. Really? I guess that makes sense. That's why, like, I had a whole like pre-game routine. So I would wake up and make sure I would watch something, and it was usually cartoons, like something that just is so like I can turn my brain off. So I would usually watch like SpongeBob. Wake up in the morning, watch like an hour, couple hours of SpongeBob. Then, like I said, I'd go for a breakfast. I'd walk around the mall. Like my whole game day was like I just planned it out to where I didn't have to think about anything. And then as it got closer to game time, I'd be watching like game film and re-going over like the scouting report and what I needed to do. And I'd just be locked in for like maybe 3-4 hours before the game is when I would just be like, okay, time to lock in. And from that point on, it was like no social media. Like, it wasn't a rule. I was so locked in. I was like, I was not playing video games. It was not social media. I was like only watching game film, and then I'd get to the stadium early, get up some shots. Focused.
Let's start your lost journey.
And it surprised me when I was literally playing for a living and watching the amount of other people that like didn't do that. But then obviously like they wouldn't last very long, but it just surprised me because I was always like, I want to be over prepared. I want to make sure I understand everything. So many people just like, oh yeah, just show up and play. Well, that's why you suck. Not talking about you guys. I just mean like, this is professional athletes. And I've always been very pedantic like that, but you just assume like, oh, everyone at the highest level takes it that serious, and it's like they don't. Strong dedication with no video games. Well, I mean, I wasn't even playing video games because I was living out of a suitcase. You know, I'd go to another country. You can only take like so much with you. Couple pairs of shoes, change of clothes. Like, I wasn't wasting suitcase space on any video games. And then money too. And then time. Just didn't have the time. So yeah, I would just watch Twitch. If I felt like there's a video game or something I missed out on, I'll just watch someone play it. And I think I think that's where I'm like, when people talk about like a passion or dedication, I'm just like, man, I didn't even think about video games. I didn't do, just all of it was just nothing because I was so focused on my one thing. So I think that's like the,
How do you like that?
oh cool. I think that's like what we're all trying to find now, is that one passion where it's like nothing, not that nothing else matters, but just like we have our main focus. Let's go back up here, do this area. Used to watch Twitch in those days. I think it was Justin TV. I mean, but don't get me wrong, Key, I didn't like watch it often. It was more so like Gears of War. So I love Gears of War. I played the very first one, but then I played Gears of War, and then I played Final Fantasy 12. And those were the last video games I played before giving them up. And then in that time, when I gave up video games, I did play like Skyrim on release. So I played like that, but only like 2 weeks. I played Fallout 4 when it came out, and Grand Theft Auto. Those were like the only games I'd played in that time span. And also I didn't put hundreds of hours into them. I played them when I had like a couple weeks here and there, or in between seasons, something. Other than that, like when Gears of War 2 came out, I knew I wanted to play it, but I'm like, I'm not buying a system. I don't have time. I can't play it. So I would just type in Gears of War 2 on like YouTube or Justin TV, and I would just watch someone playing through it. And I maybe did that for 4 games where I just watched someone do a complete playthrough, and then everything else I watched was speedrunning. I just watched people speedrun games, and that became like, that was my outlet. I might watch like StarCraft tournaments or Command and Conquer. I'd watch people play like Command and Conquer.
My way.
Or speed runs. Yeah, I was just not into, didn't get much back into the video games other than just that type of stuff. Because like, you don't even have to fully understand a video game to watch the speed run and go, that's pretty cool. You don't have to really invest. Turn it on in the background, fall asleep. Passion for fashion and button mashing. When I was in the police academy, I was like that. I just lost interest in games and just focused on trying to get through. Yeah, I think sometimes it's like, sometimes things consume you, for better and for worse. But then when you get back into, it's just funny, as I gave up games for so long and then I came back and I'm like, you know what? I understand why I wasn't able to play games and do this other thing, because I'm addicted. I love me some video games.
This strange ranger has redeemed you all?
Arcana, what percent of the map you think we done? I'm going to finish up this region, which is this little patch here, and then we're going to go on to another region. Maybe we'll do swamp next. We'll do the swamp next. No particular reason, just we have to choose one. 69. First of all, not even close. Second of all, ew, gross. Get out of here. It's hard not to feel guilty. Is there more important things to do? Yeah, I get that. I think that's why, for me, that's why streaming works some. I can justify a lot of my gameplay with streaming, some content creation as well. That's the main reason I want to do content creation, is just like, I don't necessarily want it to be a living with the video game side. Like I don't need to make a living, sorry, from video games. But I really liked when I was streaming on Twitch, and basically all my gaming and stuff was just like paid for through streaming and making content. So I kind of want to get back to that point where it's like I feel less guilty because at least it's financially paid for. Then I'll feel hopefully less and less guilty the more time I can free up by either making more or better content, or doing better with, you know, my basketball stuff, basketball content. Are there Steam achievements for this? Yeah, I think there are. There are. I think I didn't get the mod though. So I'm playing on the community patch, and I believe playing on the patch disables, like if you have anything altered in your game, obviously I think it disables achievements, but there's a mod that you can get where it just keeps the achievements there. I don't really care about like Steam achievements, so I didn't get the mod for it. If I allow myself to start caring about like achievements and things, it'll drive me insane. What is that? Damage an opponent's armor. That might be okay. It's just not actually. I need to get rid of a bunch of these runes. Honestly, yeah, we don't need a ton of runes, so we'll keep the Dryad ones. I was keeping these mainly because whenever I was just grinding levels, I was also grinding runes, but I don't need to now. Some of them, it doesn't matter if we go over the limit, so we'll use those as we get them. Darwin's. Yeah, we'll keep those. Nothing there. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. That's better. Whenever I finish this little patch up, we'll go to the swamp. And then I'll make my coffee as well. Where can I see your basketball videos? Oh, that's like me playing. I haven't put out any of my basketball content just yet. That's a big project of mine that I'm working on. But hopefully soon. I'll hopefully have some videos coming soon. But I've got some there's like videos of like me playing on like YouTube and stuff. Coffee off the pot. Thanks for reminding me. Being here working. Are you editing? Oh, my highlights? Yeah, you just type my name in to YouTube. It should come up. Taking pics for the store. Your OnlyFans? I know there's like a couple. There's some just mini bosses out in the world in random spots. I wonder if you have to get the quest to fight them, or if you can just find them. Because I'm actually surprised we haven't found one yet. Maybe I have, but haven't noticed. But Ravaged Impact is insanely strong now, by the way. That's our single target damage dealer. And honestly, it's probably our most important one just because, like... AoE is good for like large groups of enemies, but Ravaged Impact doesn't kill large groups much slower, but it's extremely important for bosses. Okay, that's good enough. Oh, I should do this area. I should. Okay, we'll do that area, and then we're out. But I'll make my coffee now. Give me 1 minute 30 seconds. That's a huge world. Oh yeah, this map is insane. This is the first area basically. But here's the here's the actual map. Yep. So we've got a lot to uncover. A lot to unpack there. All right, let's go. We'll go here and we'll go here. We've got a little bit to do actually. At least we're about to get a, well, I say about. At least we're gonna definitely get a level. Oh yeah, let's see what percentage we've done. 28.5%. Look at that. Look at that. Full map clear, 90%. I want to get above 90%. The main reason I'm not worried about 100% is because there's like, this map is huge, but there's going to be some areas where I'm like, how do I get, it's going to take way too long to figure out how to get there. Also, there's some parts that are going to be grayed out that are pretty hard to get to. Like, physically, your character can't get to them. And the way to unlock it is to have gear that will boost your visibility range. I just can't be bothered with all that. But it's also more of a personal thing. Like I said, there's so many areas. Like, I mean, I'll show you. You can see. This is how I used to play the game. Not like this. This is insane that we've covered. But I usually follow the game like this. I do the quests I need to do. And then move on. I like to level here, so that's why this is uncovered. But then you get up here, you just follow the paths. Then it puts you over here and you follow the path. It puts you down here, you follow the path. I just go to the quests I need to do to beat it. I level down here as well. So only the two places where I level usually get uncovered. So I'm like, you know, to say I've I've conquered the game and I've beat it on hardcore mode, I'm like, surely I've got to uncover like majority of the map to do that for myself. And there's a bunch of places that look pretty cool and I never knew existed. And I've played this game over 20 years. Do I like this as much as Diablo 2? Very different. As similar as they are, they're very different games. And this game was a direct, like the reason I played this game was directly because of Diablo 2 and Champions of Norath. I was looking for a game to kind of replace that itch. And it feels way different, especially at the beginning. But I've played this game far, far, far more than I've played Diablo 2. Like, I like this game better. I'm not going to say it's a better game, but I like it better. It's kind of subjective, I think, too. The very different games, as similar as they are, they're just very different. And it's going to come down to, obviously, personal preference, but it's going to probably come down to like the mods. If you get into modding it, you're probably going to have like a pretty good experience with it. But also with multiplayer, Diablo 2 is far better multiplayer community, just because it actually had like a marketplace. So there was value. You could like farm for items and things and have real value there. This game didn't really have that. You just mainly played with your friends. Cool legendary rare loot to get. Yeah, it's not like over the top legendary stuff like Borderlands 2 or something like that, where you get your orange text and now you have a bow that shoots rockets or anything like that. But yeah, there's definitely legendary loot, unique items. There's set items. And I think there's far more added with the enhanced edition. So if you play, like I keep saying, if you play with the new mods, some of them are meant to be like not game breaking, but actually fit into the lore of the game. Need someone to sell you on this game? I'm not the type of person to try and sell someone on games, because again, it shoots ancient Greek Colosseums. Usually if you like a game or not, like a game type. If you like action RPGs, you're probably going to like this game. But you have to understand, it is very clunky, and it is like, it's kind of like how Path of Exile, when you're building a character, you need to look at a guide. I would highly suggest people playing this like for the first time, like look at a build guide for a character and then play it that way. If you like grinding levels, if you like grinding items, if you like leveling, there's lots of stuff to learn with like the stats and leveling skills, stats, combat arts, all that sort of stuff. If you like doing that, yeah, this game that's probably what it's most popular for. It has it in spades, as the Aussies say. Can you imagine the visual? I don't want to. You would get no frames. You would get no frames on that video game. If the devs wanted it to be modded, they would have added them in. Jesus. It's funny, on one of the forums, so y'all know that issue that we ran into where the final boss in platinum mode just froze. We couldn't do damage to it and it wouldn't attack us. Like, it would just, the game froze. So I was effectively soft locked. And when you search online, there's like no fix. There's no way to fix it. I restarted the game, like reinstalled the patch, nothing fixed it. So you're done. Well, there's a character editor, and the only thing we had left to do was to do the next to move on to the next difficulty. But you can't move on to the next difficulty until you beat the boss. So we were just stuck. Well, I went into the character editor and I literally just changed the value that said that we had completed the game on platinum. It didn't do anything else to our character except for that. And just by doing that with the character editor, I was able to go into Niobium, and then we started from there. Well, as I was searching the forums, like, just sometimes I just look through the forums, just see what people are talking about. And someone jumped in it and was like, I wasn't on this thread, I was just reading it. And someone was like, technically, it's cheating if you're, or no, they go, so the character editor is basically cheating. And then someone else was like, yeah, but it's a single player game, so some people like to mod their game and whatever. And this person goes, yeah, I just don't feel comfortable with cheating in my game, so I'm not going to use it. And I was like, man, people, I get it, I understand, but man, people just like, they get so attached to things that like don't really matter. Because other people might like to, you might use a character editor or mods to like actually enhance your experience. This game is a perfect example because you can't really play it for long periods of time if you don't get the community patch, which is effectively a mod. Because there was a memory leak, the way that the game was programmed causes a memory leak. So after you've loaded too much data in the game, so killing enemies, like them dropping items, once you've loaded too much data, it just freezes and crashes. And you can't afford that in a game like this where you just lose like a ton of progress. So you can't really play the game unless you get the mod or community patch. So it's like, yeah, I guess technically it's cheating, but fuck. Good luck just not playing the game. Usually play as big warrior dudes with two-handed swords. Yeah, there's a shadow warrior. Honestly, the best dual-wield warrior in this game is probably the Seraphim, which is a girl. Ew. But there's a shadow warrior that can do some pretty cool stuff. Seraphim. Yeah, there's a couple characters where you can build them as like tanks and just physical damage dealers. Honestly, you can build a lot of your characters however you want. Like, even the Dryad can do, like, dual... There's, like, a dual staff build, I think. Moral character that nobody asked for. I don't agree with online cheating, but you best believe your boy had unlimited ammo and armor in GTA 3. Yeah, so I loved Grand Theft Auto 3. That was San Andreas, right? Yeah, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I played that so many hours. And I didn't use cheats. I don't like using cheats because I feel like it generally myself it will rob me of the experience of like the grind. And then once I beat the game, I'll use cheats. That's just how I get more hours out of my game. Because it's kind of like once the cat's out of the bag, it's hard to go back. But my younger brother, on the other hand, he only played with cheats. He did not like playing Grand Theft Auto unless there was cheats. So it was just funny. I had a save where it was like no cheats at all. He had a save that was only cheats, and he had seen the whole map without doing any of the quests. And it's like we were both getting tons of value out of that game and playing it completely different. And I'm like, that's at the end of the day, that's what it's about, right? Like, you bought it, how much value can you get out of it? But yes, I do agree, like online cheats I think are obnoxious. But single player and mods, I think it's one of the coolest things that gaming has done is like mods and community mods and stuff like that. Seraphim sounds like over-the-counter medicine. She is. San Andreas is San Andreas. Didn't use cheats in San Andreas. Only GTA 3 was what? Vice City? Which one was that? Either way, I play all my Grand Theft Autos the same. Honestly, I play almost all my video games the same. I'll play them one time through vanilla until I've gotten all of the value I can out of it and I'm over it. And once it starts getting boring, then I'll try with mods. And the amount of times I've extended like the lives of my games by doing that, I'm like, yeah, proven formula for me. I don't know what he said. But that voice, the goblin's voice always gets me. All right, I think we're pretty much done here. You still haven't used a mod? What do you mean? Like in any game? But you don't finish games anyways. I feel like you get your value out of games by like, how do I explain this? You're willing to pay, let's say, what's a game cost? $70. And correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you, Key, are willing to pay $70 to play the game for like a short amount of time, but really enjoy the mechanics of it, the story, like the soundtrack, whatever's happening. You really liked it, but I don't need to see it all the way through. That was worth $70. I want to play another game now. I feel like that's you. Yo, what up, Nico? Whereas for me, I'm like, oh wow, this is cool. I need to see this all the way through. And then once I finish the game completely, I'll decide if I liked it or not. And so when it's a game I do like and I play it all the way through, because I'll even finish games I don't necessarily like sometimes. But once I've finished the game and I ended up liking it, then I'll also play it with mods. Games are meant to be enjoyed, and beating them is just extra. Well, for me, a lot of my enjoyment does come from, I feel like I conquered a game. You know what I mean? Like, when I play, I explained it when I played Final Fantasy 13. Some of the other games in that series, like Final Fantasy, you can just hold down A and beat the game. So once I beat it, I didn't feel accomplished. I was like in it for the story, or in it to find out what happened, or what other classes there were, or what the end game was like. Whereas when I was playing Final Fantasy 13, I felt really accomplished because I was like, that was kind of hard. I saw it all the way through. I did the thing. So I feel like the accomplishment. I like games for the accomplishment oftentimes. To say I did it. Mario Party to play it once. It was not as good as I thought it. Mario Party like has a formula where it's like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I've already played that game. It's just not, doesn't look intriguing. Game was meat riding him, giving him the most free win ever. No, y'all all three had to gang up against me just for me not to win because I'm so good. could never beat a game you don't like. Have you ever like, I think about lifting weights or going for a run. I don't technically like the feeling of it, but I like the feeling that I get afterwards, the feeling of accomplishment that I get after. I like feeling healthier, like feeling more in shape, like feeling stronger. It turns out I end up liking the thing. Like, oh, I do like lifting weights because I like the feeling it gives me after. I like doing the hard part to get the joy and satisfaction after. So I feel like video games, not every game, but a lot of video games are that for me. So like a Souls game, I feel accomplished after Elden Ring because I'm like, I did it. I did the thing. I beat a game that's kind of difficult. The Final Fantasy Marathon. I beat all of these games. I did it. All right. I'm going to go get my coffee. And we've pretty much done all of this area. There's some gray areas. We'll go back later if we need to, but let's do the swamp next. I'm going to go here to where it's safe first, and then we'll go. Stop complimenting 13. Stop. I know exactly what you mean, but games are a different world for me. That's pure turn brain off and just feed off dopamine. Do you like fighting games, Key? Do you like any games where you play against another person? Like any competitive games? Don't have time anymore. Call of Duty. When the new Call of Duty comes out, I block out everything and play nonstop. 12 is good. You can get Ultimate Weapon, First Dungeon, first game of 1. Stop playing Modern Warfare 2. I told fiance, like, yeah, it's getting bad. I need to work, and I haven't played it since. Call of Duty is either binge or don't play. Yeah, so that gotta go. Good night. See you, Nico. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, I like that, Key. Like, Smash Brothers is probably that game for me. I really like playing it because of the, like, you can feel yourself getting better, but then I hate it for that exact same reason. Like, you waste a lot of time. You spend a lot of time. I feel like games, I can treat other games like that, but in far more healthy doses. So for me, beating this challenge in this game, even though it has taken, you guys saw how long we played this character, like 40 hours or something. So even though I've done that, it's like, it's still far less than if I was playing Call of Duty every single day. You know, like, I've got a lot of friends that play Call of Duty and they play those games, but like, they're not even they're not ranked like a high enough level in the world to where other people really want to watch them, but then they're just spending a lot of time playing it. So for me, I'm like, well, if I can play this game and give myself that challenge and like, oh, I beat it, I did the thing, now I can move on and go to another game. I guess it's kind of that same feeling, except I feel far healthier because I'm like, there's an end. There's an end to it. I say that, and I've been playing this game for 20 years. There's an end. I can quit when I want. I'm the same as you, Reese. I've been obsessed with getting the achievements to 100. Yeah, I think we all kind of have that in us in some form. It's just like, how can you compartmentalize it and make it where it's like healthy to do, or, you know. I feel where you're coming from, but I just can't play a game I don't like. I don't typically go after games I don't like, but I think part of that. Oh, we haven't done all of this area. I probably should. I think part of that process I was talking about is like, for me, I've found now the way to complete a game is to play it, complete it enough, and then do a video on it. That's become my new thing, and I haven't been able to do a video in a long time, obviously. But now that's, I typically wouldn't play a game I don't like, but now I'm like, well, if I can beat it, and then I can do a video on it and then move on, never have to play it again. Whereas like if I play it and don't beat it or don't make a video on it, I'm like, ugh, I didn't really complete that game, and it just bugs me. Probably like an OCD thing. We were going to go to the swamp, but I forgot. Like, this is the second region. We might as well do this area. Doesn't really matter which one we do first. Meant to be enjoyed for me. I get it. I get it. So what is it that makes you lose your interest in games so quick? Fable 1 on Steam, and before that, Darksiders. I need to go back and replay Fable 1. I used to love that game as a kid. You don't like for content? Yeah. Taking pictures of disc-only games while I'm not enjoying it? Yeah, I don't know. I think I get addicted to the process, and sometimes I think like, oh, if I get through the bad part, I'll enjoy it in the long run. And then a lot of times I'll play that game all the way through, and I'm like, that game was so shit, I hated it. But again, I bring it up, Final Fantasy 13, I didn't really enjoy it as I was playing it necessarily, but once I finished it, I was like, oh, that was so worth it. That was such a good, like, the ending was good. So I guess I probably give too much credit to a lot of games where I'm playing them and I'm like, maybe it'll get better. I'll play all the way through it. And I don't do that for every game. Like, you guys have seen me play plenty of games where I'm like, okay, fuck this. But like, if the mechanics are good and story is good, or the company's generally good, I usually give it a chance. Squirrel brain. The next hyper fixation shows up. Okay. I'm the opposite. I'm kind of like, I'll go to the proven game first, because I want to spend my time playing something that's great. So I'll usually, like, I do this with TV shows. I won't watch a TV show till it's been out for 4 seasons, 5 seasons, so everyone else can tell me what they think, and then I'll decide if I want to give it a chance or not. Rather than like going to one that looks really interesting to me and then they end up doing 1 season. Now I'm like, fuck, why'd I waste my time with that 1 season? We're like total opposites, as much as we are similar. Fable 1 Anniversary on Steam is amazing. Did they change some of the stuff with it? Like rebalance anything? HD graphics? Like any of the mechanics, I mean? Are you looking forward to the new Fable? I hope it's good. Beat every game. I played Xenoblade Chronicles and hated it. got over halfway through and started to love it. Yeah, so I think that feeling, I like that feeling. So I feel like when I'm playing a bad game, and sometimes I'm like, oh, there's some promise here, I'll push through. And oftentimes it ends up being like, ugh, I'm glad I played it, so I know that that feeling's not there, but Jesus, I just wasted my time. So I probably just give too much. I probably search for that feeling too much. And honestly, that Final Fantasy VII, my favorite game of all time. I liked it as a kid, but I never paid attention to the story, and I only played Disc 1 and then watched my brothers beat Disc 3. Like I never saw the middle of the game and got the full story. So when I went through it years later and finally bought a PS1 and played through it myself, I gained so much more appreciation because I thought the game was fun and good. I thought it was like a 7 when I played it as a kid, but then replaying it myself, I was like, oh, it was so much better than I thought, and it made me enjoy it way more. So I'm like, what's the next Final Fantasy VII? What's the next game that I can like really like? And you know what? I felt that game that way with Strangers of Paradise. Everyone else hated it. Talked about how bad it was, and it was. The pacing was weird, the dialogue was terrible, the cutscenes and everything like didn't work, and it was janky, and there was like images popping in and out. It was so terrible, poorly optimized, but I loved the game. And by the end of it, I was like, oh, I see what they tried to do here. That was great. Bless you. Punch Club 2. What is that? What type of game is that? Off Steam, off stream, I wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. Yeah, that was me with 13. New upgraded engine, added some new aesthetic outfits, dressed as Jack of Blades. Jack of Blades was so cool. Lost Chapters content. Yeah, I need to go back and play that one then. High hopes for Fable 4. Play as a male character. I wonder, like, yeah, I wonder what the story or setup is going to be in Fable 4. I'm giving them benefit of the doubt. I hope it's good. Had to play in Japanese because you got tired of hearing chaos. Really? Oh, you only played the demo. So, I won't spoil it or anything, Key, but Strangers of Paradise, to me, was a game that I feel like it was too smart. It made me realize you actually need to dumb down your games a little bit. They definitely played on everyone's like base level of like this thing is this. I'm not gonna turn brain off and not think anymore. That's what Strangers of Paradise played on. And once you played all the way through it, it was like, oh, this is far deeper than Chaos and Garland. Like, it was far deeper than that. But it was one of those games you had to play it all the way through to get what they were saying. And while I don't necessarily appreciate that way of storytelling, because it's like the game should be fun all the way through, but I always appreciate, like, I get where they were going. I see what they tried to do, but it's like gamers don't work that way, especially like casual gamers. Like, you can't make us sit through and earn it. I'm the type that will do it, but it's not made for most people. It was made for people like me. I need to go blow my nose. Hold on. It's a whole new retconned world. Okay, that might be good though. It might be a good thing. Let them tell some more stories. Last of Us is my favorite game of all time. A lot of people don't like it, but a game will need to be outstanding to top it. Sorry, my nose was killing me. Yeah, well, actually, I feel like what happened with The Last of Us, I feel like The Last of Us was just a game. Like, obviously, AAA title, whatever. But I don't think people were expecting it to be very good. Not that they were expecting it to be bad. It just was like, it was just a game. It was another game coming out. But then people played it. And it honestly, it was very, very different. The first time I played it, I just stopped playing it because I don't really like movie on rail sort of games. It kind of reminds me of like Far Cry games. I just don't like those style of games. Not that they're bad, it's not for me. But I watched my brother play it. And he loved it. It was one of his favorite games. And watching him experience it, I understood, and I'm like, yeah, this is dope. And I understand people, why they like it and what their fascination is with it. And then I think once enough people, because I think a lot of casual gamers didn't pick it up. But then once everyone talked about like, oh, how good it was, I think a lot of casual people got into, like, played it and enjoyed it. And I think that's where its real popularity came from, because it was like gamers liked it because it told a really good story, but then like casuals also liked it. So I think now, you know, people that haven't played it in forever, or let's just say gamers that never played it, go back and play it and they're like, I've heard too much about this game. It's overhyped. Like, they go in with a different understanding or a different expectation. Sorry. If you expected it to just be a normal game and then you got fucking The Last of Us, you're like blown away. Like I said, that's how I felt with Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII was fun. I enjoyed it. But hold on, it was also one of the coolest plot twists and stories ever. Holy shit. Whereas if someone would have told me, hey, Final Fantasy VII has one of the best plot twists, one of the best villains, it's so good, I'd probably go into it, and then once I finished, I'd be like, it was good, but like, best ever? I feel like that's what happened with The Last of Us. It's kind of like Hades and Hades 2 right now. It's going through that same thing. But not really my thing as a game. Yeah, I don't enjoy sitting and playing it. Honestly, I wish The Last of Us show would have came out before so I could just like sit back and watch. I love watching people play those games. I actually do. I feel like I watched Carnage play The Last of Us. I think I watched him play through it because I didn't want to play it anymore, so I just went back. No, it was Rodeo Cowboy. I went back and watched Rodeo Cowboy do a playthrough of The Last of Us. And I really enjoyed watching someone else play it. I just didn't enjoy playing it. Casuals sell games in droves. Cobra's email was hacked, so if you get an email about canned meat, do not open it. It's... Get out. Get out. Last of Us was a beautiful ass story. Yeah, I think it was really good. And also another game of had I stuck with it and then got to the part at the end where the thing happens, I'd have been like, holy shit, that was so worth playing that game. And that's probably how you feel about it. Like, it was so worth it. Get what you mean? Played The Last of Us day one, though didn't have a preconceived notion. All the stuff I've seen were YouTube playthroughs, and it was enjoyable to watch the story. Yeah, I think there's... The Last of Us couldn't have told the story if it gave you more freedom as a player. It like, you needed to follow through it in specific ways and do specific things. The suspense needed to build up in certain ways. So like, I completely get it, and I feel like that's the only way to tell those types of stories. I just don't want to play that type of game. I'd rather play a game that has like no story, but the combat is really fun, or I have a lot of freedom and customization, you know. But I would also rank probably The Last of Us.
After all,
I would still probably rank it as like a 8 or a 9. Even though I think arbitrary rankings are arbitrary. That part was epic. I know that's the part that made me wish I had played it. The Last of Us 2. Same thing. I watched someone play through The Last of Us 2. I'm not gonna lie. I thought The Last of Us 2 story was better. It just didn't have as epic. Again, you know, it's what we were just talking about. Like, it's so hard to have an epic ending when people were expecting an epic ending because of what happened with The Last of Us. But I felt the 2 overall, I thought the story was better. Uncharted was my favorite game series till The Last of Us came out. Yeah, that's the other one. Maybe that's what I was meaning instead of Far Cry. Uncharted. That was the series I meant. I did finish and enjoy on rails game like that back in the day. Peter Jackson's King Kong on PS3. I'm trying to think of the last like on rails experience I've enjoyed, or if there were any. Honestly, I don't think there are any of those types of games I ever liked. And whenever I talk about watching Justin TV, those were the types of games I would always watch. I would watch people play through those because I want to know the story. I just don't want to play them. I guess I want to say Red Dead Redemption 2. That was probably the most on-rails style game that I enjoyed playing. And it's still fairly Grand Theft Auto-y. Man, my nose is acting up. I think allergies. I think I'm getting allergies. Yeah, I don't watch a ton of movies. I think you have a lot more faith in movies than I do. I always get angry with them and feel cheapened by the experience, so I don't watch them. I can't turn my brain off unless I know ahead of time that the movie is also a turn your brain off movie. Then I can enjoy it more. Like comedies, I can watch comedies. I like, you know, some of the kids movies. Telltale games. Yeah, I've never wanted to play a Telltale game, ever. I cannot understand what people... Kind of like the Ace Attorney games. I appreciate that other people like those games. I'm just like, what the fuck? How could I enjoy that? It's exactly the same as like... what's the... Dr. Mario. I'm like, no one plays Dr. Mario. But people love it. Tetris, those types of games, people love it. Decision only games, yeah. Dad of Boy Valhalla. Oh yeah, God of War, that was another one. That's why I couldn't play. It was really hard for me to play God of War on stream because I used to like the old God of Wars because they were more like Devil May Cry, over the top action. But they were still on rails, but I was like, I just like the combat. Whereas the newer one, I was like, oh my gosh, the story is great. The scenery is great. Everything's epic. I just don't want to play it. Watched your fiance beat The Walking Dead. Started Rebirth. How are you liking it? I don't deep dive into movies like that, like to look at angles they use and how people in the background act. Well, see, I feel like that's what happens to me is I overthink a lot of that stuff. I think a lot of movies to me feel like very lazily done and not respectful of my time. So it makes me not It's kind of like once you see how the sausage is made, it's hard to enjoy the movie. So once I've like seen how, like John Wick, for example, I really appreciate how there's fight scenes that last like 5 minutes long. I don't necessarily watch action movies for the action, because most of it is just bullshit. Like I don't care. But it was Keanu Reeves doing the actual he was in the actual choreography. Like you can tell it's him. Halle Berry was in one of them, the first one or second one. But it's like actual actors that are spending a lot of time learning these 5 minute long fight scenes. And I'm like, you know what? I really appreciate that. Like that was so cool. But they could have just done it all with CGI. They could have just had stunt doubles and things, but to me it like cheapens the experience. Ace Attorney is not my jam. Snitching on the homies is a pass. You'll love Valhalla. It's a roguelike. What? Is it? Hitbox being jank? Oh, in Rebirth? Are they actually? I feel like the hitboxes and all that stuff in Rebirth are as good as it can get for those style of action games. Never seen John Wick. It's again, for me, you know what? John Wick is the perfect example of what type of games and movies I like. For a movie, I don't need the visual effects to be perfect, or the acting to be perfect, or the story to be perfect, or the soundtrack to be perfect, or the comedy and timing to be perfect. I don't need all those things. I just need one or two of those things. Like, just give me something good, and I'll appreciate it. Same thing with video games. John Wick is the perfect example of that. The story is like non-existent. Like, it is not existent at all. But there's something that happens in that movie very early on that makes you like, hold on, I need to see how this turns out. And I go, that's enough. That's enough story for me. And then you're like, within the first 5-10 minutes, you understand who he is. You understand like enough of like what's going on. I don't need all the lore or a bunch of exposition. I just get to the action now and show me a lot of cool stuff. And then I want to see the journey from beginning to end. That's what John Wick felt like. And it's the first 10 minutes, you know, like, oh, this is the type of movie it's going to be. And I was in. Sometimes that's okay. And so I watched all of them, and I enjoyed all the John Wicks. Keanu invented a new way to fast reload guns. Oh, that hitbox is like on that sort of stuff. Yeah, that I feel like they are bad, Cabra. But did you play Remake? It's far better than they were in Remake. So I get it. How about Wanted? That movie said, yeah, Wanted is very similar to. I never put those two together. Good job, Keith. Wanted is very similar to John Wick, where it's like, you can tell there was like, I'm pretty sure there was like a comic book, right, of Wanted. There was like, you can tell there's more lore there and more stuff going on there. We don't know what it is because we've just watched one movie. It's kind of like a comic book dropping, you know, they made a movie of one issue of a comic book. Don't try to make it the entire comic book series. Like, you don't have enough time for that in one movie, but just give us one issue, one comic book, and do a movie about it. That's what Wanted felt like. That's what John Wick feels like. There's no way you can like give us everything. So just the stuff you get, just give us the cool stuff. Give us the cool action, a little bit of story here and there. And I don't need to understand the whole world, but I do. I want to know more about that world, like in Wanted, but also like, they just made one movie, so fuck it. Wanted did slap. Good actors. Caught a lot of heat for not telling the whole story. Yeah, but that's because, like, that's unrealistic expectations. Like you can't have everything. You can't have the full story and good action scenes and good pacing and good, like, you just can't have it all. But every majority of movies that are being made today, like, they try to be everything. Was it jack of all trades, master of none? So like Marvel, all the Marvel movies as of late, like Iron Man was one of the best ones, and it's because it told the story of the beginning of Tony Stark, but there wasn't a ton of action. But it was just like intriguing. It was really cool. But then the newer ones, the newer superhero movies, it's like, hold on, we have to have action. You gotta have 25% action, 25% comedy and fart jokes. You gotta have 25% romance, 25% explain the larger universe. It's like, fuck, you're trying to do everything. Just give us cool action and not tell a story. Like if they made like Venom, I liked the first Venom a little bit, but I was like, man, y'all worried too much about the story. I just want to see cool action with Venom as the character. Like, I don't really care about Venom's story. I don't care. We know the best part of the Venom arc is like having to do with Peter Parker and Spider-Man. And because you guys can't really tell that story because of y'all don't own Spider-Man or whatever is going on there, just give us the action. Give us the parts you can give us. Didn't even know it was a book until I saw the complaints. There was another movie like that recently. Have you seen The Dark Towers or The Two Towers, whatever? Yeah, Dark Tower. With Idris Elba. I thought that movie was so cool until it wasn't. And then apparently it was like a full universe, like it was like 3 books or more books or something. And they tried to cram it all into one movie. And it just like, by the end of it, it was just like, wait, what? What just happened? Like, it was so cool, and I was along for the ride. And then you tried to cram too much in, and now I'm like, I don't care. Get me out of here. And then it ends. And you're like, wait. That was supposed to be like, how many books worth of information? The Dark Tower. It sucked so bad. I love Matthew McConaughey, and Idris Elba is one of my favorite actors ever. So of course I was gonna watch it. But and the premise, it was like really unique. I wanted to know what was going on, what was happening, and then it just like too much. I didn't realize that the Dark Tower. I didn't realize all of Stephen King's books apparently are all in the same universe. So like it. Dark Tower, even the Red Rum, even that one, apparently they're all in the same universe. I did not know that until Dark Tower. So that was cool. You had it sealed and traded it to my local comic book shop for the store credit. He looked at me like I had 12 heads. I didn't know what I had. How long ago was this? Furious about the Dark Tower. That's our favorite book series. Really? How many books was it? Like, I didn't know it was a series, but then when the movie came out is when I started seeing like all the stuff, and then I didn't like it. Like the issues I had with it, I then started hearing people that really cared about the series, like they were angry with the same stuff. So I'm like, yeah, if you pissed off casual fans that know nothing about it, and you pissed off your core audience that loves this, you didn't have a vision, did you? You didn't know. You were trying to make everyone happy, and you made nobody happy. 7 books. Oh, the last year before. Key, you're supposed to be on your reselling knowledge here. So what was it? How much did it end up being worth? Wonder if we use our levels here, if we will max out armor lore.
Boot to the head. Sneaky and aggressive, these creatures.
This is one of the areas I remember farming as a kid. Just point in the direction of the red arrows and they die. Let me go look. The worst part about it, Stephen King signed off on it. Well, I think Stephen King is probably just in it for the what do you call it, notoriety or money now. I don't think he's like written anything in forever. But look, I will say Stephen King's issue always was that he always had these really cool like premises and never knew how to finish. He always finished them really poorly. Like that's always been his thing. So the movie kind of reflects that, doesn't it? Honestly, even it, I mean, as much as people want to talk about it being classic and how good it is, it scared the hell out of me as a kid. But going back and like watching it, I'm just like, it snowballs so fast. He always has really cool, unique ideas. He knows how to get people interested, but then it's just like, okay, now once you've unveiled like the big mystery, now I'm just like, the fuck? Looks like only $20, so it's fine. Okay. Got away with one. Getting out of your basement finally. Bad products, so no one else could do it. Fantastic Four on Dark Tower. It was fantastic. You got your first Twitter check today? Oh, did you? Congrats, man. Congrats. Do you feel like a professional?
By the way, that was only the beginning.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that on YouTube. Like the money that I make on YouTube, like it's not obviously not a lot, but whenever I see the little dollar sign go up by just a tiny bit, I'm like, yes. A whole of $50. Well, I think YouTube does it like at 100 at a time, right? Like every $100. And so sometimes I'll get the notification like, oh, you just qualified for your next check. And I'm like, yes. Whereas like when I was in basketball, that was like that was like a couple hours worth of work. Love the It remakes. Are you excited for the new one? Welcome to Dietary or whatever. Bill Skarsgård did a top job. I feel like there was too much CGI though with the new one. Too many jump scares. I wish they would just focus on the setting and the creepiness rather than like jump scares. It really turned me off. I'm a huge what do you call it? Critic? Not a huge critic. I hate jump scares. Fart jokes and jump scares are like my two big pet peeves when it comes to movies, because everyone gives them far more credit, I think, than not that they deserve, but it's like, it's not really hard to do jump scares. It's not hard to do fart jokes. But when you can build like suspense and creepiness without a jump scare, it's like, okay, you really put a lot of effort into this and thinking about like the psychology behind it. I feel like the new one was it was almost all jump scares was the creepy parts. Yeah, $50 extra in your workflow. Yes, please. Crow remake. Oh, I saw that. I saw that. Unfortunately, when I was watching the trailer for the Crow remake, they show almost the whole story. Don't watch the trailer for the new Crow. It's going to give too much away. All old school rubber suits. Bill can really move his eyes in different directions. Really? Gotta head out. All right, Key. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate you. Go get that other $50.
Animal. Sneaky and aggressive, these creatures. You won't stop me, animal.
I feel like I haven't had any pattern. I'm just kind of walking around. But I guess we got to walk through it all anyway, so it doesn't matter. You already know the story? Oh, so is it the exact same story?
You'll hurt yourself with this thing.
Like, I know the old school Crow, but they even give away like a lot of the action scenes and who the bad guy, you know, just all of it.
Something you don't understand.
I just felt like it was super unnecessary. I just generally don't like that when trailers do that anyways.
Most people would rather die than think. In fact, they do so.
So far we could see in the trailer. Like, think about, for example, if you've never seen, or let's say you did see the old school Crow, wouldn't you want to be like, oh, I wonder, was it the girl that teaches him about his powers? Or was that his daughter? But wouldn't you want to be like, ooh, I wonder who the daughter, like who's playing the daughter or who it's going to be? And like, even if it is the same story, once it gets to that part, you're like, oh, I bet that's the kid. Or, oh, I bet that, you know, I like that with like comic book movies because I was a huge fan of like Ninja Turtles. I don't want them to put in a trailer like, oh, this thing that you loved when you were a kid, it's in the movie. I want it to be like I said with Dark Tower, like it had that scene with the playground from It. Like you want to see things where you can like piece together some stuff yourself, like a reward from watching the previous one. The Pooh movie that came out about 5 years back. What is that? Is that the horror movie?
I know where it hurts. Life is but a moment. Death also is but another.
Are you? Is this the actual Winnie the Pooh movie, Cabra? Sequel starring Obi-Wan. Oh, okay. Was it good? But just triggered you, or you didn't think it was good at all? All right, don't get off track. Fighting enemies. Keep uncovering. He does a great job playing Christopher. Yeah, I've got to. I'm gonna have to go blow my nose again. The allergies are allergying today. Certain things and themes in the movie that trigger a lot of mental stuff. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Sorry about that.
The exercise.
Oh, this is cool. I don't know if I've ever been here.
I'll put you out of your misery.
Did you watch it recently or something?
To the head, teenager. No thanks.
Oh, these are all mutants too. Probably another boss enemy up here somewhere. Mini boss. Somewhere around. I would assume. Drive-through when it came out? Okay. I don't think I've ever been to a drive-through. I've gone to like outdoor movies, but yeah, never a drive-through movie.
All over right away. That was only the beginning.
Ooh, okay. Let's go straight. The way we're already going. We've uncovered a bit. I feel like after today, so regardless of like how much we uncover, let's just say we were at like 60%. I feel like on the very last day that we stream, we could tidy up the rest, because we have to go to those areas anyways to do the quests and kill the boss and stuff. So it's like while we're there, instead of running like the same route we typically take, we can go the other routes to do it on the way. So I'm not worried about doing like 100% today, but just getting as much as we can, setting ourselves up for success would be ideal. And honestly, next stream is just leveling, right? We got 3 streams left, so yeah, next one is just leveling and gearing up. Maybe doing a couple story parts. That scene destroyed you. Haven't watched it since. Yeah, there's honestly, I think I've talked about this. Inside Out. I haven't seen the second one yet. I want to go see it. But Inside Out got me Like that was the first movie I ever cried in, or cried watching. I was on the airplane, and for some reason, now that I've got a son, like now that I've had a kid, I'm really sensitive to airplanes. I travel all the time, so it's never bothered me before. Once I had a kid, every year it got like slightly worse and worse and worse of being like, what happens if the plane crashes? Like who's gonna like what happens? Like who's gonna tell him this? You know, it's more. I get more anxious, I guess. So, anyways, watching Inside Out on the. He said it's really good. Okay, I need to go see it. Watching Inside Out on the plane, there's the scene where the girl has to sit by herself, and none of the kids want to sit by her in the cafeteria, and she's like crying and stuff. And I don't know why. Like I've seen so many movies, so many sad movies, all that. Nothing ever bothered me, but just that part, it just hit me. I think it was being on the airplane, getting ready to see my son, and then watching that scene. I think it was like unexpected. I just started crying. I was like, what is happening? And I just turned it off. I was like, I can't watch this. I've gone back. I've watched it a few times since then. But yeah, at the time I was like, I can't watch this. Really good movie. I think it's a good movie for like young boys to watch as well. Obviously, it's about a girl, but I guess the message is kind of the same. It's like your emotions and being able to like work with them or control them, understanding them, that sort of stuff. I think it's super important. The conclusion of Bill and Ted? No, I haven't. Is that new? Newer? Oh, you mean like the end of like Bill and Ted? No, long time. I mean, I've seen it long time ago. I just don't remember it. Face the Music? No. I think I've only ever seen Bill and Ted like when it would come on TV, like on Comedy Central or something. And so I'd like catch it a quarter of the way through and be watching it and like, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. I think that's how I always saw those movies, just like parts at a time. Need to see Face the Music. Good. You know me, I live under a rock. Oh, I've just been pumping dexterity, by the way, for the last like 30 levels. Armor lore? Maybe one more level and we should have that mastered. Then we can focus on another one. Third Bill and Ted is fantastic. I believe you. It's a good ending for them boys. Maybe that can be on my my movie backlog. I've been watching. I finally caught up on Stranger Things season 4. Freaking dope. And then I started watching The Boys. All because I haven't been able to do anything like the last few days. So I was just binge watching shows. But I started watching The Boys. Also, so freaking good. I'm not watching season 4 though. I know that's the one that just came out. I'm gonna wait to watch that one. Star Trek Prodigy. What'd you think? So those turtles are a really good source of protein. No, mentor potions. So always worth killing them. We just got 2 in a row there. Needs to be given the keys to the entire IP. Really? It's that good? Wait, how many seasons is it up to though? Because shows do that thing where like sometimes it'll be like one season's great and then it's like it didn't leave the rest of the seasons enough space for good storytelling. Oh, so you like the art style and stuff? Damn it. We've done majority of what we can here. All right, let's damn, we've done a lot here. Let's try to do this area. Let's go across the bridge. Damn, we're knocking off this region pretty well. Two seasons already on the top 10. See, I don't trust Netflix's top 10 anymore. Because I don't think it's based on like views and stuff. I think they base it on what they want people to watch. So I'm not saying that it doesn't deserve to be in the top 10, but I think they manipulate that quite a bit. What season of The Boys am I on? I just finished season 3. Just finished season 3. So I'm waiting to watch season 4. I've got to wait and watch it with someone. You know how that be. But I will say, season 4, it's super good. I will say, everyone undersold me on this show. Like, again, I don't watch shows typically. And I'll only watch a show once it's been out for like quite a few seasons. And I've also heard good things about it. I've heard quite a bit about The Boys. But like the people saying it's good are like, this is how I know my taste in shows or whatever is completely different than most people's. And not saying it's different taste, but just like we appreciate far different things. The main villain, gonna binge both seasons of Prodigy this weekend. Both seasons, how many episodes is that? The villain in The Boys, oh my gosh. By far one of my favorite like performances. So fucking good. And everything else I've heard, people are like, oh yeah, The Boys, it's good. It's a good show. Like, it's cool. Like, the gore is cool. And I'm like, I don't even like, I don't like gore, but it's like if the show's good, I'll watch it, and it's worth it, and it's necessary to tell the story. 40 episodes. You're gonna watch 40 episodes this weekend? Are you gonna do anything else? Filled up our inventory. Let's fix that real quick. Oops. Anything that's not like grain set items or unique items, I just don't need them. Windu's mace. Isn't the character Mace Windu? We got Windu's mace. We got a lightsaber here. We got a lightsaber here. I just picked up all those things I dropped because I was trying to pick up something. I'm going to try to not do any of the map stuff off stream. The only thing I'll do if I play this at all in the next few days is I'll just level a bit more, grind more levels. But those are in areas we've already been. I don't think I'll uncover any map off stream. Or maybe, I mean, I don't know. I'll see. Because we've only got, yeah, three more streams. So I just want to make sure we get through everything in time. And I don't know how interesting you guys find this part of the game. Once you understand like what I'm doing, it's like, okay, do you really want to see me do this for 10 more hours? Or would you rather me do this 10 hours once you understand it, do this 10 hours off stream, and then come back when I'm ready to do the next part? I don't know. I don't know. Because I feel like the cool part about streams and people being able to watch this later is like they can watch the intro, see what it's about, and literally just skip through and be like, oh, okay, he did this much, whatever, cool. I don't think anyone really wants to sit and watch 8 hours of it. So I think as long as I'm not like doing a lot, like anything new, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see how much we get done today. Grinding streams are good because we can have more conversations. Oh, for sure. Definitely depends on like who's in streams and all that too. That's why I would love to have a game. That's like Sacred 2 is probably going to be that game for us where I can play it and I don't have to be so locked into it that I can't focus on conversations. So when we start doing other characters and things, I can kind of autopilot it pretty easy. We weren't even able to autopilot this too much though, since it was hardcore mode. We're only able to do that lately, but the next couple streams will be tough. Yeah, focus on chat more than the game. True. I always try to read every chat message. We've already been doing 3 hours. So whenever I think about like how much we've uncovered, I'm like, ugh. We've done okay. That was 3 hours. But I'm like, you know what? What would the map look like in another 3 hours? So as much as it is a lot of time, we are getting through it. We are making progress, and it's all going to be worth it in the end. Ugh, bless you.
I'll take this attack as teenage rebellion.
Miss the talks. They were informative and stimulates the critical thinking abilities.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, anytime I come up with one, I'll definitely throw it in there. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed whenever I had more time to like spend on coming up with like some talking topics. I feel like those just do way better on Twitch though, so maybe I'll need to stream those talks on Twitch. I don't know. I feel like the goblins are dropping a lot of mentor potions too. Did I get onto my Twitch? No, I didn't, because I was actually only home for one day. Oh yeah, I don't know if I said this to you, Cobra, but I said it earlier in stream. I ended up pinching a nerve in my lower back. So I actually wasn't able to go home and spend that much time with family. So I ended up just resting for like 3 of the days, and I only went there for one day. So I had like a list of things I needed to do while I was away. I didn't get any of it done because I just went home for the 4th of July. And obviously while I was there with everyone, I didn't want to be doing my own thing. Sorry to hear that. No, that's all right. It happens. It was just overwork, overuse, I think. I had been lifting every day, going for long walks every day, and it started when I was sitting in that annoying chair also. So since then, I've got a better chair. I'm going to be very careful with my lifting and walking, paying attention to my back a lot more. Good now? Yeah, good now. I mean, it's still like, I can feel it. It's still kind of tight, but it's recovering. Like every day it's been better and better. So I'm just like easing back and everything. I still went and lifted today. I still went for a walk, but I didn't do back exercises. That's tomorrow. So I figured I'd give myself one more day. And even when I do my back exercises tomorrow, I'm going to tweak the types of exercises I'm doing. So probably nothing lower back. So I'll probably give my lower back like 3 more days just to make sure it's healed before I do anything, legs or lower back or anything.
Who or what may have created you? It definitely wasn't nature. Who or what may have created you? It definitely wasn't nature.
The light show last night. Yeah, it was good. I liked it because I haven't had a 4th of July in like over 10 years. So just being with family and watching the fireworks, to me, it was like kind of surreal. Forget how much you like take those sort of things for granted. Ours didn't last long because I'm in a pretty small town. It was like how long was it? 20 minutes? Maybe a little bit longer, maybe 30 minutes. Apparently it was like $25,000 or something. It's so crazy how much money those things cost.
I know where it is. You humans are rather primitive and just as easy to kill.
Where should we? Not necessarily on the road. I don't want to go all the way up there. Oh, I guess we can teleport down. We'll go across the road first.
That's not enough to beat a champion. This has to be a very special item. A bit more.
Okay, not worth it. About to sneeze. What time did they start where you were at, Cabra?
Will be engraved in your gravestone.
Alright, we did that. Six to 1? Jeez. Heard the first booms about that time. We had some that probably started around 8, and ours, the ones directly that we were watching, was like 9 to 9:30. But the one that started at 8 o'clock, which is a little bit further away, they were still going like 30 minutes after
Everyone has passed away.
ours. So that would have lasted about 2 hours.
The maggots have taken out their napkins already.
Okay, stuck on invisible trees. What's happening? Nine to midnight, then tapered off. Yeah, that sounds like a hefty investment. Like I said, ours was only 30 minutes. About, and it cost $25,000 apparently.
All right? Either or for the local undertaker.
So I couldn't imagine like a longer light show.
And I'll give you another one at the same spot. One less.
You just forget how many like different types of biomes there are in this game until you actually start exploring the map a little bit more. What's my offline games at the moment? SMT5 Vengeance still. I'm saving that because, like I said, it's really good on the Steam Deck. Portability, so I'll play it more when I'm traveling. So I've got that. Obviously, I've been putting time into this for just like grinding levels. And then I'm trying to decide if I want to play Dragon's Dogma 2. So I think I'm going to start that tonight. What about you? Metroid Prime Remastered offline? Are you playing on the Switch? Yeah. How's it run?
Is overstuffed.
Cool sword. Unyielding wall. 206.
This has to be a very special item.
Alright, it's probably time to go sell our items. I'll do a little bit more map exploration, but I think it's tougher to get to this area where I'm at. There's no teleporters, so... Oh, maybe? Yeah, we'll do this little corner spot. And then we'll teleport here, and then do this spot.
Okay, I'm ready. Something you don't understand.
Pestering us to play Elden Ring. Fun to watch, not fun to play. Really? I loved it. And honestly, if anyone's going to play any Souls games, I feel like Elden Ring is the one to start with. Once you can like get through the first little hurdle, it's really fun exploring the world. But also, yeah, if you already know you're not a huge fan of Souls games, that is exactly what it is. So, not a fan, then I get it. Oh, apparently there's a dragon up here. Also, I thought this area kind of already uncovered, but there's still a lot of shroud. So we might as well keep exploring while we're here. Because I don't necessarily know if it counts as map exploration when it uncovers it for you like that. Jeez. The damage is insane. We love watching, but it's not our cup of tea to play. Yeah, I get that. Well, we were talking about that earlier with Key. Like the games that I like to watch and the ones I like to play. And like I'm pretty good at knowing like, oh, this would be really fun to watch, but I would not like to play it. For me, it's kind of therapeutic playing this style of game.
Out of my way, human.
I actually do want to check how many mentor potions we have. We should have a few stacks now. Oh, nice. Got a little shop down here. We'll check when we go to the shop. If we can reach it.
Does it hurt? That's the purpose of the exercise. You'll continue practicing to aim, all right?
Cool. Life leech per hit, 52. I think we need one of those. I think life leech is good in Niobium. I forgot to put our bargaining stuff on. So these aren't the best items we could have got, but whatever. So tons of mentor potions, so that's good. Seraphim. Can't use that. Cool lightsaber, but can't use it. Enhanced perception 13. Don't need it. Oops. Oh. Okay. There we go. You're welcome very much. All right, let's do this area. Be right back. All good, Kava.
Even if I don't have enough for you, I'll beat you to death.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to worry about like putting our bargaining stuff on until we do like a big shop. There's no point like incrementally increasing our power because we're killing enemies fine. Killing them in one less hit is like not really going to speed up anything. And it's going to take longer to find better equipment and stuff than it will be to just do it all at once later. Another mutated area. So I guess it's funny, like as much as I've played this game, I didn't realize how much T energy there was just spilled on the in the world because I never explored very much. Cool. Little waterfall area.
Don't fall over right away. That was only the beginning.
Honestly, can't even remember the last time we leveled up or we got a new weapon. I think we've only had 2 since like level 90 or 80 something. We've only had 2 new blowpipes that were like actual increases. So I'll check what level this one is we have at the moment. And these enemies aren't the worst to level. I mean, we get what, 5,000? I've got a mentor potion on at the moment. They die decently fast. There's enough of them in groups. But yeah, not really worth using too many mentor potions here. I just do it when I see like a ton of red triangles.
Will be engraved in your gravestone.
Pretty sure orcs still give us like about double what these give us.
It definitely wasn't nature.
This blowpipe is level 122, and we're level 125, so that's not too bad. The thing is, we can equip items that are like probably 20 levels higher now. Yeah, I wanted to stay by this road. Trying to have like a little bit of a plan of attack when I'm like what I'm uncovering. That way we're not walking over the same areas multiple times. Yeah, I assume this would lead back to this. Okay. I wonder if it's even worth leveling like our enhanced perception, which helps us find more items. I guess if I'm going to like level 200 it probably is, but that's probably the one skill that I'll leave under leveled if we're just wanting to focus on surviving and dealing the most damage possible. Oh, never knew that was like a hill. Not worried about it. Too small of an area to worry about for now. Honestly, today I would like to get to either the desert or the swamp, just because it's like a vast area without many landmarks in the way. So it's tougher to explore these areas because they've got like lots of trees and things you can't get to. So it takes a little longer. So I was hoping to, yeah, clear these ones out first, because they take the longest and they're the most like annoying. So we might do the swamp next. And I just thought of something. Okay, we just did all that, which is great. I just realized every once in a while this game freezes, and we had been playing for like an hour and a half or something without saving. So just doing that saves our character. So I need to make sure I'm getting the teleporters far more often, because that would have been annoying. All right, we've done a ton of this area. We'll probably go over here. Yo, what up, Jack? How you doing? You might have noticed that we are level 125 now. So there's that. I don't think this area was very big, was it? What we didn't do? Nah, we should stay on the road. How's stream been? I did see that you're in Niobium. Yeah. Yep. Stream's been good. I don't know what percentage of the map we've uncovered, but we've pretty much 100%ed the first region. And now we're probably up to like 60, 70% in this region, second region. So yeah, it's been taking forever, but we did level once. Probably going to get another level here soon. And I think these two regions are the two of the more annoying ones to explore. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how much we've been able to do today so far. What about you? Have you still been playing? All right. Well, that's good. Let's go. It's probably best to go over here. Maybe do this little region, and then we can just walk up and do all that. All right. How do we want to... Actually, let's have a look at where we're at. While we have a little bit of a break. 31%. Look at that. So we've almost done... We've done about 6% of the map. But again, it is two of the like more annoying areas. When we get to the swamp and get to the desert, I think it's going to go fairly quickly just because how big those areas are. I'm hoping that's the case. But also we've still got to do the DLC areas too. And those are probably going to be like 8% by themselves, I'd imagine. But we only need to get to 90. So we're actually 1/3 of the way to our goal. That's a lot of map, I know. I know. It's a good thing though, I guess. What level are you up to now? Gonna take another 2 months? Nah. Not even close. We'll finish that. 20 minutes at the most. Also, I thought you were asleep, Nico, or something. The DLC areas are pretty small, actually. Four months? Bro, we're finishing this in 2 more streams. I already told you this. You're at work? Working hard? Or hardly not doing a lot of work? Walking outside for your break? Alright, homie. Peace.
Don't get involved in something you don't understand. Life is but a moment. Death also is but another.
Okay, good night. Good night, mate.
An example of overestimating yourself.
This would be so annoying to do with like a hand-to-hand combat character. Luckily, everything just melts from downtown. Trash talking. Always.
Even this conglomeration of
Ooh.
houses would face long odds at Pimp My Village.
Pimp my village? What the heck? Sure, we'll check it. Probably nothing. Honestly, it's probably not worth checking these really, because I just have a feeling like plus 29 damage rings. Like it looks nice there, but when we actually start doing our shopping, bargaining, shopping, whatever, we're gonna be wanting like plus 40 by the time we're gearing up. So next stream. So just probably not worth spending any time looking at that stuff now.
Rabies? Foot and mouth disease? Bird flu?
Bird flu?
And another one because it was so much fun. I don't like killing animals, but you seem to be insisting.
Let me check my phone. Just got messages. Cool. Just checking.
I'll take you for a ride. So gentle.
Do I want to go across the bridge? I don't think so. Let's see. Nah, we don't need to.
Even if I don't have a name for you, I'll beat you to death.
What? It's aggressive. All right. probably worth going all the way north. Just because, yeah, like get all the borders first. That's the hardest parts. And honestly, I need to be hitting those teleporters as I see them. Oh. What? Oh, we gotta save the cows? I'm in. I'm in. Let's do this.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, that was it? Cool.
You won't stop me, animal.
Oh, this is that pumpkin area later on that you get teleported to. From like way later in the game. So cool finding these areas now. I just never usually explore.
Stop bleeding. You're staining my clothes. My way, human. Nature or not, you shall not block my way.
Might be able to get some bows from these guys.
And that. It's a touching example of overestimating yourself. I don't like rabies. You seem to be insisting. Bird flu? Even more work for the local undertaker. Put to them in human terms. You'll get a few smacks on the head now.
Probably can't go that way, so let's not. And I've said this before, but I'm not sure how caves count towards map exploration, so just not going to worry about it unless we do get to a point where like 85% and there's no more surface. It's just too hard to tell if it's worth like exploring caves, because some of them are tiny. Alright. Let's go up to this teleporter. Just a little checkpoint. More T energy. Cool. Yeah, when you just do the main quest, you don't really see it very much. Oh my God, how did I get so far off track? Is that a big boat? Artemark's Gate. I wonder what that's about. Arkenmarks. My bad. Cool. Honestly, that was pretty efficient way to go through. We didn't go like layer by layer, but it actually uncovered a lot of the map for us there. So we'll go probably along the road here. Yeah, I don't want to be too pedantic and like have to get every single little piece of shroud because the map is just so huge. But we can go back later on and clean up. Where's the... Oh. Dark Temple Knight. I do remember when I used to play this on console, I'd do like all the side quests and I'd like read them and everything. So I'm sure there's tons of story for all these different little characters, enemies, whatever. I'm just mowing them down. Not paying any attention. Another village? Yeah, so many more towns and stuff too. Oh, that's the same one. Oh.
Sit. I said sit. Out of my way, human.
I don't know if I've ever seen these enemies. These little spirit enemies. Damn, each attack does like 10,000.
Rabies?
Guess we'll go up here.
Mouth disease? Bird flu?
Are these Vikings now? Thraconian? What is that? No female Thraconians? Gross. Heavy turtle? Oh, I forgot to put some food out. I need to thaw some food out for dinner later too. So, let's find this road. Follow it to the save point.
Teenage rebellion. The next one won't be so gentle.
Yeah, this way.
How long do you 60 years? 70. I'll take this attack as teenage rebellion.
I really can't get up there. Oh, I could have got up there from there. Cool, whatever. Ghost boar? Ghost wolf?
I didn't mean that personally, honestly.
I wonder what shrunken heads you can get from them. Because you can get different shrunken heads based on the enemies you're fighting. I wonder if you can get shrunken heads from the ghosts, or if they just are whatever form they normally are. So like the human ghost, if it's just like a human shrunken head. Alright, pretty much gone in a circle. Have I ever done a shrunken head build? Yeah, just like a summon build I have. I think I was using a scorpion, because those are the ones that attack like the fastest, I think. Or one of the best ones to have. So I've done that. It was I'm pretty sure it was the disease build I did. Honestly, we might as well follow that road all the way down, since that, while this is activated. Otherwise we'll have to walk all the way back here to do this. Past scorpion boss, those little scorpions are brutal. Yeah, they're pretty unassuming. Like, they don't seem like they'll be very tough, but scorpions are always one of the ones that I always have to watch out for. Especially the boss, because he has that buff on him that makes him reflect your damage. Did you have any trouble with him? On the lower difficulties, it's hardly noticeable. But once you get to the higher difficulties, you can like one-shot yourself. Not really one-shot, but... Yo, what up, Rob? Oh, Rob, how far did you get with Terra Enigma? I saw you were streaming, but I was in the weight room. Trying to get big. What is this? Can we? Pow, we can. Cheat the system. Nice. Hagelstein? Oh, cute little village. Ghost people. Knew it. $185, $231, not even close. It's a cool little area though. How do we get back there? I don't know. Can't be bothered exploring this area. It's not going to give us enough map completion. I don't want to do this part right now. We'll come back and do that later. Maybe. I feel like getting some of the swamp done. A little less than halfway through the 3rd chapter. I plan to do a 2nd stream later tonight, but this heat stopped you. You trying to, do you have like a timeline you're trying to beat it in?
Sit. I said sit. The next one won't be so gentle. Everyone has passed away. Time to blast and become one with nature. Flash round, nothing serious.
Can I just not hit them? The hell?
Who or what may have created you? It definitely wasn't nature. Don't fall over
I think if we could get to,
only the beginning.
I'm just trying to count out my streams. Honestly, if I could get to 35%,
Ride.
well, before the final stream, I need to be at like 60%. I have to keep watching my health here too. They hit pretty hard. Take full advantage of the 4-day weekend. I actually won't be able to stream until Wednesday, so this is my last one until then. Because I've got family's actually coming over here. So I think I'll probably do I'll probably do Wednesday and Thursday stream because those are the last 2 for this game. Do you know what you're playing next? Or will you do like the videos for that game? Or for that trilogy? Signing in every day. What up, Nerdburn? How you doing? No real plans this whole weekend. Only hurdle has been the heat. Mother Nature. Undefeated. Yeah, we're trying to I'm trying to get this hardcore playthrough over with, Nerdburn. And we're pretty close. Level 125. Niobium. I'm just doing map completion. That's my next goal. And then we'll do one more stream of like gearing up and leveling as much as I can. And then it's time to beat the game. 300 on new AC. Won't get here till Monday. Damn. Yeah, sometimes the heat will do that. I remember when I had an Afro back in high school and I didn't have an air conditioner in my car, and it was so hot one day that I just drove straight to the barber shop and was just like, shave it off. I just had him cut off all my Afro because it was so hot. New weekend? What do you mean, nerd? Freezing in Melbourne. Most nights been around 1°C. It's been like 40 plus Celsius here. Day. I do not miss those Melbourne winters. Oh, Hydra. Damn. Trimming your beard down because of the heat. All right, nerd burn, you're starting to act weird. Too spicy for you? 45 Celsius camping? No, thank you. I'm inside with the air conditioner, so like, yes, it's hot, but I'm also inside. Or being out at the like beach or something is fine, but camping and hiking and all that in the heat? No thanks.
Not block my way.
4th of July? What are you saying, Nerdburn? Incoherent statements. I don't know what my dad saw in it. It's like, it's just an old school thing, I guess. Back in my day, we walked to the sun uphill both ways, barefoot. And we liked it. Level. go here. All right. Surely. One more? No? Finally. Okay, we maxed armor lore. All right. So I need to decide what is the next. I feel like. So tactics lore is more damage and critical hits, which is always good. But also bargaining, which is going to help us buy better gear. Guess we could level this to catch back up. I don't know. Nerdburn, you good? All right. 33% map. Okay. So here's the thing. So we just did this just now. So we've got all the swamp. So what I'm probably going to do. Here's what I'm probably going to do. So by next stream, here's going to be my goal, is to have all of this uncovered. I'll do all the swamp and all the desert. So if I can just do those 3 areas, so just from here to here, that's probably going to be another 30% of the map. So that will have us ready for next stream. We're just leveling and gearing up so that we can go through like all the bosses and all that to getting to the end. We'll do this. So that final stream is going to be beating the final boss, and then we'll probably go through these areas and clean up the rest of the map. So we'll go through the DLC areas for the last stream. So that's going to be the that's the goal. That's the goal, I think. All right, so we'll probably end there. What's it been? 4:20 right on the dot. So we streamed for about 4 hours, which is good. I'll let you guys know in the Discord when we're streaming again. But yeah, it's more of the same. Like all we did today was explore. So we finished off this area on the map and we did the rest of this area. We've been doing this for 4 hours. So I'll just spend some time over the next few days uncovering these areas. Now that you know what it looks like, pretty boring. So we can get up to our 90% map completion like we're trying to do. Still rocking turtles. Always. Never not rocking turtles. But yeah, I guess that's the goal. That's all we're gonna do. So I've got like 30% more of the map to do on my own time. Then we'll spend a stream leveling up, gearing up. Then we'll finish off with our last stream. Only 3 streams left. Thanks for stream. Thank you guys. I think that's it. I think that's all we got. So I'll see you guys probably Wednesday. Probably Wednesday. Hold on. How do I do this? All right, we'll do that. Okay. Annoying. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so we'll probably finish this. The last stream of this will be on Thursday. It's going to be on Thursday. And then we'll decide what game we're doing after. Probably going to be Dark Souls Marathon. We'll probably start doing that. Other than that, I don't really have anything. For you guys. I'm going to stand up and walk around and get away from this computer. I've been sitting here for 4 hours, but I love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you guys have a good weekend. Hopefully you had good 4th of Julys as well. I think that's it. Take care of yourselves. I'll be here finishing the rest of this map and the rest of this game, and then check in with you guys Wednesday. Peace out. W stream. Thanks for